award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 1 million views in 2024. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the over 5,500 subscribers watching local sports, Union University, Bethel College, and USJ. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Wildcat Stadium, Walter Butler Stadium. As a matter of fact, here in McKenzie, Tennessee, it's Senior Day and Preview Day here at Bethel University. I'm Dave McCulley, along with Trevor Roof. In the box with us, too, is our great statistician and assistant in the SID department, Mr. Derek Hubble. Shante Emerson will be the spotter today on those stats as well. And Senior Day, the cheer team being introduced as we speak. Then the football players will come out. They'll be honored here today as well. 75 degrees, winds up to about 15 miles per hour, but a great day, Trevor, for football. And it should be a heck of a ball game. It's a lot up for grabs today as Lindsey Wilson comes to town. You look at the standings, and it is jumbled up there. You look at Campbellsville right now. They're at Georgetown. We're going to score on that in a minute. They are 4-1 in the conference. Lindsey Wilson, this team that we're about to face, 4-1. Georgetown 3-2. Bethel 3-2. Cumberland, Tennessee 2-3. Faulkner 1-4. And Cumberland's Kentucky 1-5. Campbellsville, if they win today, they'll win the league. But Lindsey Wilson, a lot for them at stake for them, because if Georgetown were to win there and upset Campbellsville, I'm not sure anything's an upset among the top 4 or 5 anymore. But it would be Lindsey Wilson in the driver's seat as we wind down the regular season and get ready for the playoffs. You look at the NAIA poll, Lindsey Wilson's number 8 in the poll, Campbellsville number 10, and Georgetown number 20. Bethel was receiving votes up until this past week, but they've fallen out of that after the tough loss just the other day. But Trevor, great to have you aboard. Craig Lund has a day off. He's working the preview day here. He's in the admissions department, over admissions now here. And we get ready for what we think is going to be a great ball game. Cats have played really well at times this year. A couple of games they've stumbled their toes. We'll see probably the best running back in the entire country today in Tay Saunders, 6 foot, 205 from Eminence, Kentucky, Eminence High School. 299 yards on 14 carries in their win last week, and I understand he is the real deal.
Yeah, it's great to be here with you, Diamond Dave, and couldn't ask for a better weather aspect day, considering early on this week we were dealing with, low temperatures. Almost felt like we were already in the crux of winter, but now we have back into the spirit of fall with a nice 75-degree crisp day, winds blowing across the field from near to far side. It's going to be interesting to see how the Cats come out. They've played very well here at home. They're 3-0, have struggled on the road, but thankfully they're here playing in front of their home crowd. Their seniors getting to be exonerated and showered with love and care from their fellow teammates and having their families here on the field with them. It's going to be a wonderful day. Hopefully their defensive performance is going to be taken up from how they performed last week on the road, giving up 31 points in the first half, really kind of putting them behind the nail of the coffin early and never really had much of a chance to come back in that one. But going up against a strong running game is going to be something that the Wildcats are going to desperately need to try and hone in on, because if you let a guy get 14 carries and run for almost 300, it's going to be tough to win any of those type of ball games. Yeah,
this bunch, Lindsey Wilson, 7th in the country in rushing offense, 223.7 per game. Meanwhile, Bethel 110.0. Look at passing attack. They can pass it as well. They're 35th in the country in passing at 236.9. Bethel's 229.9 at 39. So pretty even Steven there. Lindsey averages 44.8 points a game. The Cats would like to make it a low-scoring affair, averaging 20.6. Scoring defense, not bad. When you score 44, you think, well, just outscore people. Their defense is solid as well, 19.0 per game. The Cats, 22.9, 30th. And this this defense by Lindsey Wilson, 19th in the country. So they've got the full package, no doubt about it. They're the favorite here today, but the Cats would love nothing more than to be a spoiler today.
No doubt. And one thing that the defense for the Wildcats is definitely going to need to work on is hopefully be able to create some turnovers. In their 3 home games that they've won here at Walter Butler Stadium, they've won the turnover margin, and they've been able to limit what the opposing offense has been able to do as far as creating big-time plays. They've been nicked a couple of times, but what they've been able to do as far as creating turnovers has really helped keep their offense in the ball game. And if we look up in the fourth quarter and it's a one-score game, anything can happen, especially here when the Cats are playing here at home.
Not a huge crowd as of yet, but we do expect a late arriving crowd. Kickoff coming up in about 26 minutes. You see the panoramic shot there of Walter Butler Stadium. You see the folks over on the grassy knoll. They get the cheap seats over there coming in and driving their vehicles, and some of them tailgating as well. But we're glad to have them aboard as well. But should be a great day. 75 degrees we mentioned, 15 miles per hour. The wind is a crosswind here today. We watch Zach Clutch, for example, our field goal kicker. He was knocking them through from about 35 yards out with, I would say, pretty well with ease. Now the seniors being introduced for the Cats as well. We'll talk about them as our broadcast progresses. Today's broadcast being brought to you by Worthy Road Studios. Paul Schultz in the game, Christopher Reasons. Mr. Billingsley was not able to be with us today, but always great to have Paul and Christopher with us, and they'll have a great job with the, as they always do, with the replays and those kind of things, and we'll have the game for you right here at Worthy Road Studios and the BallGame Blitz. Don't forget the Worthy Road Studios and the BallGame Blitz. They make it possible for us, and they are, I think, the best in the business. They cover a lot of things in West Tennessee, including Union, just about all Union University sports, and they also do our games with football, might do some selected basketball games as well, but we're so excited to be working with Christopher again, and of course Paul Schultz. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll come back and get you ready for Wildcat football here today from Walter Butler Stadium. Trevor will have more on the Cats and the Blue Raiders out of Columbia. Stay with us. This is Bethel Football.
Hey folks, Real McCoy here along with a little buddy Gizmo. Just like to thank all of our customers for letting us take care of their air conditioning and plumbing needs this summer. Gizmo sure is glad the dog days of summer are over. Now it's time to get those heating units ready for that cold weather coming. See, we're a hometown company celebrating 45 years in business in Jackson. So give us a call and check in online so we can get you on schedule. When you think of heating and air conditioning, think of the Real McCoy. We'll take care of you.
Does Shelter Insurance cover shiny red cars?
Yeah.
What about purple vans?
Also, yes.
Monster trucks?
What's going on, son?
From shiny red cars to purple minivans, you can count on Shelter's local agents to help you protect what matters most.
Whether you're a designer, homeowner, builder, commercial, residential, we're here to help make ideas come to reality. Builder finished products, 10 United Drive in Jackson. Come see us.
Have you ever thought about real estate investments or purchasing a home? Are you tired of dealing with the headaches of managing your real estate portfolio? Cornerstone Realty has you covered. We can advise you on anything real estate related. Your property, our priority. Cornerstone Realty and Property Management.
The weather's getting colder, but the deals are getting hot at Chuck Hutton Nissan in Jackson. 2025 Pathfinder 0% for 60 months or $5,000 customer cash. 2025 Frontier, $4,000 customer cash. 2026 Road Platinum 0% for 60 months or $2,500 customer cash. It's the end of the year and the savings are now at Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. ChuckHuttonNissan.com.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back to Walter Butler Stadium. This stadium named after the former great president here, Walter. Walter is a big supporter still of Bethel University, as you might imagine. And we appreciate the Butlers watching and supporting this football team and our other sports as well. Speaking of other sports, how about those soccer Cats? What a big win here the other night against Cumberland. We were here on a cold, frigid kind of night. Big crowd here, and J.J. Malang has his team back in the playoffs. Bethel will host the McKenzie region, and that's coming up Thursday. We'll have Rocky Mountain, Montana, and Union Commonwealth, which used to be just Union College up in Barberville, Kentucky. They'll be blowing in here, and they'll play each other Thursday at 1 o'clock. Now, the winner of that will play Bethel at 12 noon Saturday. So, Trevor, Hubble, myself, and all the other crew here, Shante and everyone, will have our hands full the next week or so. But how about those Cats? 10th in the country, 12-1-2 on the year, and coming out with a big win the other night. Appreciate all the folks that came out and supported our soccer Cats. And Trevor, I think the way they're playing right now, they've got a chance not only to blow out of this McKenzie region and get down to Orange Beach, but I think they've got a good chance to make it to the final game.
They really do. And, and getting to be on the broadcast the other night, considering it, I've never really had an opportunity. You did a great job, I'm told. I've never really had an opportunity to broadcast soccer, but it was a thrill to kind of actually be able to dialogue the skills on the pitch, as the people in soccer would call it. And it's just amazing how opportunistic the Cats are when, as soon as the ball gets in their offensive zone, they're always looking to try and put it in the net. And especially like the first goal in the 7th minute, Horace Avila Jr. was just pushing the tempo and made the goalie kind of commit towards a ball that may have been a little bit out of his reach, scooted right around him, and was able to put it on the right side of the net for the first lead. And the Wildcats never really looked back because they controlled pace, controlled possession, and never really allowed for Cumberland to ever have a chance in the Mid-South Conference Championship, and they ended up running away with it after another goal in the 28th minute by Solomon Bale. And it's going to be impressive to see what they can do, because especially playing here at home, having the home crowd supporting them, I think they can really take a deep run in the national tournament.
Both of those games, I might do a housekeeping note for you as well, so you're not surprised when you arrive here to support. I'm sure we'll have a big crowd here next Saturday at 12 noon. We have basketball Friday at, I think we have 2, 4, 6, and 8, and then basketball at 12, 2, 4, 6 next Saturday. I'm not sure who made all these schedules out. I know the SID department didn't do that, but the bottom line is that we're going to be busy, but there will be a charge for both events. There will be a charge, so make sure you go to our website and go to tickets, and you'll see what that charge will be. It will be the 12th meeting today between Lindsey Wilson and Bethel University in football. Lindsey holds a 6-5 advantage in the series. They first met, Trevor, back in 2012. I was here 2 years when that happened. Bethel won 33-31 in the classic 4 overtimes last year in Columbia. We did not make that trip, but I remember keeping up with it, and just keeping up with it from afar, I was exhausted. I'm sure the teams were as well. The Wildcats, despite trailing in the series 6-5, they've won the last 3 times the teams have met. But ironically, the Blue Raiders have won 4 of the 5 games played here in McKenzie.
Yeah, it's when you get to playing in conference, you're always going to have these kind of weird, oddities, and having Lindsey Wilson winning 4 out of 5 on being in away territory. It's one that speaks to the quality of coaching that they do over there, but it also just shows that any given Saturday, doesn't matter which team comes out, it can always go either way. And that's one thing that you just have to love about the game of sports, and seeing how the level of competition always gets elevated the deeper into conference play you go, and especially when the season winds down and you got something to play for. The cheer team was introduced to seniors a moment ago. Now the Wildcat seniors being introduced here. And we'll have Carrie Stahl down there. She's going to get a group shot for us. That's the one you'll see on the website hopefully later tonight. Let's take another 2-minute break. We'll come back, compare the teams some more, and tell you about the head coaches that will be matching wits here today. Coach Chris Springer, his first season, and Phil Kleckler, Vine coach up at Lindsey in his 4th season. We'll tell you about them as well. This is Bethel Football.
An hour ago, Theo airballed the game-winning shot. But at Zaxby's, he's dunking all over these fools. Zax sauce, bang. Tongue torch, boom. Hot honey mustard. My man's putting on a clinic.
Welcome to Dunk City.
And one, baby.
Thanks, baby. Dude. Babe, dude.
Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
Hi, I'm Cody Fitz with Fitscapes. Our business's focus is on building your dream yard at your dream home. When designing our backyards, we always like to start with our pool and patio areas first. Then we complement that with the landscaping, and we finish with the lawn for all of the outdoor entertaining needs. After installation is complete, we provide annual maintenance for all of your lawn care and landscaping needs. Fitscapes, let's build something beautiful.
Whether you're a designer, homeowner, builder, commercial, residential, we're here to help make ideas come to reality. Builder finished products, 10 United Drive in Jackson. Come see us.
We would like to thank the following sponsors for supporting this broadcast. Snyder Equipment, 1311 Lower Brownsville Road, exit 74 on I-40.
Do you want your smile to say it all?
At Elite Dental Care, we'll make you and your family feel comfortable and secure with a variety of services and state-of-the-art care. We offer sedation dentistry that will make your time in the dental chair comfortable and relaxed. Come by and see our newly renovated and expanded office in Jackson or one of our other convenient locations in Trenton or Dyersburg. Trust your smile with Elite Dental Care and let your smile say it all.
Welcome back to Walter Butler Stadium here in McKenzie, Tennessee, as the Bethel Wildcats and the Lindsey Wilson Blue Raiders are set to take part in a Mid-South Conference clash. Two teams that desperately have really shown some quality play in the football field. Lindsey Wilson, of course, standing at 4-1 in conference play. The Wildcats at 3-2. Lindsey definitely having a little bit more to play for, as you see the Wildcat seniors celebrating Senior Day out there in the midfield logo. Logo drawn by the late, great, beautiful Peggy McCulley, as always. And when you think about the Wildcat seniors, they're definitely going to be missing some of these seniors from moving forward, as Dustin Chance, the quarterback's going to be gone. Darian Lewis, the star of the defense, will be departing, and a few others, Ethan Bunch, Sean Farnham, just to name a few. Got a lot of guys that have played several key minutes here for the Wildcats that will be definitely missed, as Dave McCulley comes back and joins me up here in the booth, as we have a wonderful afternoon getting ready for 15 minutes away from kickoff.
The Cats looking at, again, this game today. Matter of fact, the officials, Aaron Uskin is the referee. The umpire is Christian Scales. Linesman is Keelan Calloway. Line judge Sam Ferguson. Side judge is Alec Wands. Field judge is Nathan Anderson. And the back judge is Donald Jackson today. And Braden and Barry have the official duties of keeping the clock and the scoreboard down to our left as well. But those guys, second time they've been here, I thought they did a really good job the last time they were here. We've had pretty well good officiating throughout the year. You look at some key people in this game. Lindsey Wilson's quarterback is Tate Rice. He's thrown 21 touchdowns, and he is averaging 196.1 in the air, 129 of 187, and 4 interceptions, 1,700 yards. That's pretty stout. Comparing that to Destin Chance, not chopped liver either, not as many touchdowns at 9, 229.9 yards per game, though, 1,609 yards. He's 149 of 256, and he's thrown 6 interceptions. Rushing, Jordan Kaysen. Bethel does it more, Trevor, as you and I both know, by committee. Kaysen averaging 53.5 yards per game, 321 yards on the year. Jarvis Stockton, 271 and 38.7. Meanwhile, Tay Saunders, 9 games, 151 attempts, 1,410 yards, 299 of those last week in one game, averaging 9 yards per carry, 156.7. We mentioned a moment ago the odds-on favorite, according to, I guess, who you listen to maybe be the National Offensive Player of the Year. Receiving 38 catches by Sherrard, 37 by Max Gainey, who I remember is really a good player. Those guys lead them in catches, and 10 touchdowns by Sherrard and 4 by Gainey. Saunders has caught 3 touchdown passes and 28 on the year, so they bring him out of the backfield as well. Meanwhile, Harvey has really emerged, Trevor, as you know. He's really emerged as, I think, Bethel's best receiver right now. 47 catches, 2 touchdowns. Micah Jones has had a really solid year, 33 with 2 touchdowns, and Jaden Pressey, 26 receptions with 3. You look at kicking, Burns, the kicker for Lindsey Wilson, 5 of 6 in field goals. PATs 46 of 48. Clutch, player of the week just a couple of weeks ago for Bethel, 7 of 8 in field goals and 15 of 18 in PATs. Punting, Swindler, averaging 37.6. And how about this? Logan Miller, 37.6. What's the odds of that as well? Meanwhile, defense, Cameron Rankins, an outstanding player for them, leads them in total tackles with 72. And Darian Lewis, I think, is one of the best linebackers in Bethel history. He leads the Cats with 55. So you look at the stats, a lot of it pretty even Steven, but the big stat is they average 44. Bethel averages 20. I do not think we can get in a horse race with them.
No, and that's one thing that I don't think head coach Chris Springer for the Wildcats wants to get involved in either, especially with him being a defensive coach by trade. He's going to want to try and win this game, with putting out good quality defensive effort against Saunders, a running back, and try and limit what the Blue Raiders can do offensively. And as far as the offense goes for the Wildcats, Dustin Chance has been able to share the load as each of his receivers between Pressey, Jones, and Harvey all have multiple touchdown catches, and it seems like whichever receiver is getting the like share of the passes in the first couple of quarters is just going to be the workhorse for that day, because it's varied between Pressey, Jones, and Harvey multiple times this season. So it'll be an interesting tactic to see how the Wildcats want to go attack this Blue Raider defense, and hopefully for the Wildcats' sake they can keep it close as we approach the second half and late into the fourth quarter.
Big hello to Chris Wells, the commissioner of our league. He's also still employed and working with Lindsey Wilson and does a great job. I've known Chris for a long, long time. One of the best people you'll ever meet, and one of the hardest workers you'll ever meet as well. I'm not sure how he's done 2 jobs. I don't know if I could do 2 jobs or not, but he has done a tremendous job as the commissioner and still there at Lindsey Wilson in the sports information department. Does a great job. One of the best broadcasters you'll ever hear as well. Also, Joel Snyder and Anthony Latisa. We know that Anthony keeps them all alive up there, keeps them all straight, but a big hello to those guys. Assess for me, if you would, and I know we're prejudiced, but assess for me the job you think Chris Springer's done in his first year.
On one hand, you can be, hypercritical, just saying at the fact that he has really done a great job considering the talent disparity that left after Coach Springer left. But considering how he's done,
let's do this. Let's take a break. Invocation by Chap Hames. The national anthem. We'll come back and get more of the thoughts of Trevor Roof right after this. This is the Bethel Football Network.
Dynamics Physical Therapy, your elite provider in sports medicine and performance. Now serving communities throughout West Tennessee.
We would like to thank the following sponsors for supporting this broadcast. Snyder Equipment, 1311 Lower Brownsville Road, Exit 74 on I-40.
At FMY Orthodontics, we believe a beautiful, healthy smile is the key to boosting confidence and enhancing quality of life. Our team of highly skilled and compassionate orthodontic professionals is dedicated to providing personalized care in a welcoming, state-of-the-art environment. Whether you're looking for traditional braces, clear aligners, or other orthodontic solutions, we offer a variety of options to meet your needs. Our goal is to provide the most effective and efficient orthodontic treatment for every patient.
Turn to the experts. Since 1955, Garrett Plumbing and Heating has been the leader in plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation for West Tennessee. A proud supporter of USJ Bruin Athletics, we are your local Carrier Factory authorized dealer. Call Garrett Plumbing and Heating, 668-3339, for all of your plumbing, heating, and air needs.
Have you ever thought about real estate investments or purchasing a home? Are you tired of dealing with the headaches of managing your real estate portfolio? Cornerstone Realty has you covered. We can advise you on anything real estate related. Your property, our priority. Cornerstone Realty and Property Management.
Hey folks, Real McCoy here along with a little buddy Gizmo. Just like to thank all of our customers for letting us take care of their air conditioning and plumbing needs this summer. Gizmo sure is glad the dog days of summer are over. Now it's time to get those heating units ready for that cold weather coming. See, we're a hometown company celebrating 45 years in business in Jackson. So give us a call and check in online so we can get you on schedule. When you think of heating and air conditioning, think of the Real McCoy. We'll take care of you.
Let me tell you about the American Dream. In 1974, I had $425 to my name. I bought 21 carpet remnants, rented an old lumber shed, and opened Deaton's Rug Barn on East College. I worked long hours with hope of taking care of my family. I'm so thankful to Jesus who changed my life. He gave me a dream. So in 1985, we opened Deaton's Carpet One on the 45 bypass with a commitment to customer satisfaction. My friends, don't give up on your dream, because your dream can come true.
And welcome back, everybody. Christopher Reasons, our producer and director, Paul Schultze on the camera today. No sideline report today. We do apologize for that, but we couldn't help that, and neither could the guys. And we appreciate Paul and Christopher and all the things they do with the production of Bethel Athletics from time to time. All the football games on. We'll have some selected basketball games hopefully on as well. But Worthy Road Studios and the BallGame Blitz. I'm Dave McCulley along with Trevor Roof and Phil Kleckler. We mentioned Chris. I was getting your assessment of Chris his first year.
Yeah, and I think you can be subjective with understanding how this year really is not all indicative of the record of being 4-4. If you take away the forfeited game down at Kaiser early on in the year because of some weather, and then you take away last weekend, which was ultimately probably their biggest loss, the other two games that they had could be considered as coin flips, where they played well but just were on the wrong side of it, especially at the season opener at Mary Hardin Baylor, a strong Division III team. So overall, I think Coach Springer has done a successful job of instilling a new style of team here at Bethel, and I think that he's setting up for some promising seasons ahead as he's taking the helm of the Wildcat team, and I think he's going to be doing a good job for us for many years to come.
Phil Kleckler has done a really good job. Fourth season at Lindsey Wilson. He became the second head coach in Lindsey Wilson football history. People don't realize that this is a relatively new program. He previously spent 5 years as the Blue Raiders defensive coordinator, helping the team to an impressive 53-6 record. And Lindsey Wilson got out of the gate, and they have really played, their program has really played well. The captain's about to come out on the field, and we'll see the captains for the Cats decked in the purple and black breeches today. I always like to say breeches instead of pants, but they're in the black and purple with the white helmets and the white numbers. And, of course, leading them out will be Darian Lewis, the senior linebacker, 6'2", 235 from Brighton, Tennessee, former Cardinal. He's the leading tackler on this team. Also, big number 73, that's going to be Christian Harden, the senior offensive lineman. And we'll have the other captains as we spot them for you. There's Lewis over here signing autographs, and that's going to be number 2. And number 2 is not Derek Jeter, it's Destin Chance, the outstanding senior linebacker, or quarterback, I should say. And also is K.J. Merton, another senior, 6 foot 160 from Bolivar, transferred from Austin Peay. So we get you ready for a 75-degree kickoff with winds gusting up to times 20 miles an hour, pretty well consistently about 15. But we await the arrival of the Cats, and for that matter, down from Columbia. They came down the Parkway, and I would imagine they stayed probably in Paris last night. And they came down that way, and they're here today to take on these Cats. Reminding you that this is a big one, of course. Campbellsville right now. You gave me that score a moment ago. Georgetown leading Campbellsville right now?
Georgetown 7, Campbellsville 6 with 3 minutes to go in the second quarter playing at Georgetown today.
How about that? Georgetown, they're still a really good football team. I don't know that they're the Georgetown of old, the powerhouse, but they're still awfully good. Lindsey Wilson closing out their regular season just like the Cats here today. A win and a Campbellsville loss to Georgetown gives Lindsey Wilson the outright conference title and the Mid-South Conference automatic bid into the NAI. And, of course, that's big. We got to watch that one and then broadcast this one. So, a lot at stake. All the teams, I think, will make the playoffs, but it's just a matter of if you get in there automatically. Could be a three-way tie. You're right. Could be actually Campbellsville would, if Georgetown beats them, they would go to 4-2. Georgetown would go to 4-2. Lindsey, if they win, would go 4-2. If they lose, if they lose, they'd be 4-2. And the Cats would be 4-2, but it would be Campbellsville getting a nod over us because they beat us. But then Lindsey can get the outright title if Campbellsville loses to Georgetown in the God's country up there, and if Lindsey Wilson, depending on what happens here with Bethel. The big captains, they got two big guys coming out there, and that's going to be number 87. That's going to be Seth Phillips, the tight end from Clarksville, and the other is Darius Moore. Both of them are grad students from Morganfield, Kentucky. Trying to think of who's from Morganfield that plays for the Cats. I'll think of it in a moment. Well, Trevor, should be some fun.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun afternoon, and of course we speak, a little bit biasly favored towards the Wildcats, but
we'll be fair to Lindsey Wilson. Yeah.
It's always going to be something of note when you have a strong offensive powerhouse, especially with Sanders, the running back, and trying to see how the Wildcats can try to contain him. It's not a matter of if and when, but how he tries to bust one open, and it's going to be something to behold and see, just to see how, one, the Wildcats try to contain him, and two, how Saunders tries to see if he can bust one out. It's going to be a very compelling matchup.
Yeah, and again, I echoed the sentiments when we came on. I think, obviously, Bethel would like to have the game down in the 20s. They'd love to get it up in the high 30s and 40s, and I think if that's the case, if Bethel can keep it down and them under 30, they've got a shot to win the game. But if it gets over that, not that Bethel's offense can't score, but you just don't want to get in a horse race with this bunch, using a phrase from, I guess would be appropriate, from a team from the Commonwealth. And the official, Aaron's about to throw it. Aaron got a really big kick out of the fact the crew last time they were here, listen to our broadcast, Bethel's won the toss, and they've elected to defer, by the way. But they got a big kick. Remember, he got sort of sideways with a couple of signals. One official told him one thing, and the other told the other, and he said he just sort of forgot and got lost for a second. But we had a big time. He said, hey, man, Dave, I appreciate you not throwing me in the bus. Here come the Cats. You can't see them yet, but they'll come in your screen here momentarily. And there they are. Worthy Road Studios, right Johnny on the spot. And the Cats are brought out by number 19, and that's going to be Ivan Arroyo, his family right below us here in the stands. And once the families got off the field and back in the stand, it wound up being a pretty good crowd here.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day, and I'm happy for Ivan especially because he's been I've gotten to grow a pretty good relationship with him. I know he's a little bit bittersweet having this be his last day playing in a Wildcat uniform, but I know he's very excited, and that was a great moment to see him being able to lead him out running through the band.
The Bethel squad and the Lindsey Wilson squad echo what's going on in the world of athletics now. A lot of transfers and all of these folks. Let's look at Bethel's starters. 2 freshmen on offense, 3 sophomores, 2 juniors, and 4 seniors. On defense, Bethel starts 3 freshmen, 2 sophomores, and 4 juniors and 2 seniors. So that offensive line, though, pretty young. Drew Copeland, freshman, 6 foot 295, the left guard. And meanwhile, another freshman, Jaden Taylor, the center. Well, he's actually a junior. I apologize. The other freshman is Jessa Baga. He started last game as well, 6'2", 305. So it'll be interesting to see what their D-line tries to, they've seen those depth charts. They know they're going against 2 freshmen. Let's see if they try to exploit that a little bit.
And that's one thing the Wildcats have been struggling with pretty much all year is just the protection of Dustin Chance in the backfield. I expect a lot of quick outs trying to get the ball to his playmakers early so that way the Wildcats don't have to rely on that freshman line to provide protection, because unfortunately when the protection falls apart, Chance has to run around for his life, and he's had to do a good amount of running a lot, especially in some of their in their losses on the road. Thankfully, playing here at home, maybe the juices are flowing a little bit, and the freshmen can be able to hold up the line for him as we look to see the Wildcat defense try and see if they can contain Saunders here on this first possession.
Yep, Saunders, an outstanding player. Devontae is his name. He go by Tay. The quarterback will be Tate Rice, and Clutch to kick it off. And you folks locally would know. The folks in Lindsey Wilson, Columbia wouldn't know, but I always like to say they're moving from Henry toward Tresvant. They're going from the north end zone toward the south. Here's Clutch's kick. We're underway. It's a short kick. They try to keep it away from those deep guys, and just downing the ball at about the 27-yard line will be Lindsey Wilson's Quaterius Leiter, the defensive back from Ozark, Alabama. So they'll have it. They being Lindsey Wilson. And they'll have it as I'm looking at some of my, I need a sheet of paper from the copy over there, Shante, if you don't mind. And I could do it. I use that right there. No problem. Live radio, folks, or live streaming in this case. This is going to be 1st and 10. And they'll have it at their own 28-yard line. Josh Key, the outstanding administrator here at McKenzie, is RPA. In the pistol is Saunders behind Rice. 3 down linemen in, creeping up on the right there as you see on your screen. Long cadence. They give it to Saunders, and he'll plow his way for nothing much. Maybe a yard, and I don't know if he got that. They give him about a yard to the 29. It's going to be 2nd and 9. Good interior defense. Watch the replay here.
That was a great job of Malik Brown on the right side, crashing in, getting through the hole, and just meeting him right behind the offensive line of scrimmage, trying to limit what Saunders can do. That's a great start for the Cats, and look to try and build on it here on 2nd down.
Malik got there first, and then after that, it was Darian Lewis standing him straight up. Well, a yard pickup. I don't know that he got a yard. We'll give him a yard. 2nd down and 9. Being very generous. Now they move Saunders to the left of Rice. 2 receivers, top of your screen, 1 here at the bottom of the screen. Give it to him again, and again he is snuffed at the line of scrimmage. I don't know that he got a yard that time. Let's see where they mark it. I think he's right at the 30. They had to give him a yard to the 30. So it's going to be 3rd down and long. 3rd and 8.
You can see the Wildcat communication from coaching staff to players this week has been make sure Saunders is not able to beat us with big explosive plays as everybody's committing to that run game. And as long as they can limit what Saunders is doing, that can make the Blue Raider offense a little one-dimensional if they get into third and long situations like they have right here.
Lindsey Wilson's 18th in the country on third down conversions at 45%, by the way. And they've got a big one here to begin the game. Third down and 8 from their own 30. Rice drops. Rice in the pocket. Rice is going to throw, and here's the pass out here, and it's going to be incomplete and a flag. And that's a proper call, as that time, Deterius Douglas, the freshman, looked like a freshman that time, as he just took the legs out from Adrian Bailey. And whether you're a Wildcat fan or a Blue Raider fan, that's the proper call.
Yeah, Douglas just got a little bit caught on an island, wasn't able to turn his head around to try and keep the play from being made, and instead it caused a little bit of tripping on Adrian Bailey, the wide receiver there, and that will move the chains for the Blue Raiders.
Big hello to Byron Jackson out in Arizona. Mia Jackson is a cheerleader here, a lovely lady, and her last football game is a Wildcat cheerleader. Brian and Dana, I met them. Their son played here as well a few years ago, and they're great people out in Arizona. Here's the pitch. No, it's a play fake, and they're going to go over the middle, and it's caught at about the 45-yard line of Bethel. To the 40, to the 35, to the 30, and then darting out of bounds will be Sherrard, the graduate assistant from Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Sherrard, we mentioned when we came on, coming in this game, their leading receiver with 38, now make it 39 catches on the year.
That was a great play design, a little RPO. Saw the Wildcats were biting for all the run action and just had Sherrard just kind of float in behind the secondary, and he was wide open. And unfortunately, Jose Joyner, number 8, wasn't able to make that first initial tackle, which could have saved an extra 15 yards. But now the Blue Raiders moving into Wildcat territory.
Trip stacked up the top of your screen there. It's 1st and 10 at the Cat 32. They took the ball. Lindsey Wilson did their own 28. And now here's the handoff, and breaking a tackle, breaking another to the 20, and stepping out of bounds will be Saunders, the running back, as he gets down inside the 25 to about the 21. It's going to be another first down. You know, that's what a prospective All-American will do to you, because he'll kill you with the legs, but just his mere presence will freeze you, and that's why Sherrard was so open, and you see a great replay there.
God, he was so shifty on that play. I mean, he didn't see anything up the middle, just took a jump cut out to the right-hand side and just used his blistering speed and another jump cut to get out further to make a 10, 15-yard run right there.
Rice with no one in the backfield, but here goes the sweep. Saunders has it. He's roping his way and looking for something and lowers his head, gets inside the 20, maybe to about the 18. Let's see where they mark it. No, the 19. He picks up 3. It's going to be 2nd down and 7. Here's the replay. As the Cats had people present, but not before he picks up good yardage.
Ultimately, that can still be considered a win because you try and kept him contained. You didn't let him break outside containment. Miller did a good job fighting in to be able to wrap around the legs and keep him from being explosive, which we've already seen him do once already.
He only got 3, but he averages 9.3, so I guess it is a win battle. I agree with you. Again, they give it to him. He just waits and delays. He's at the 10, inside the 10, and scoots his way down for a 1st and goal now. The ball will be at the 7-yard line. Watch this replay and watch him just hesitate. Watch this play, Trevor.
That was a great job by the offensive line.
Just sort of creeps up there.
The pulling guards right there from the left side going to the right, and they created the alleyway, and Saunders did a great job waiting for his blocks to unfold, and then he just hit the hole with acceleration, and now they've got a goal-to-goal situation here against this Bethel defense.
Not good when your D-backs are making the tackles, and it's going to be 1st and goal at the 7. 11-15 left, scoreless game. Lindsey Wilson took the kickoff, started at their own 28, and they've got it inside the 10. Saunders nowhere to go this time. Great defense. The Cats, Johnny on the spot that time. 3 or 4 guys there, and he just lost his footing on top of all of that.
It was a great job by Malik Brown. As you watch here on the replay, he fights to make sure he gets outside of Saunders, and Saunders actually kind of trips up over in his own feet as he wasn't really able to find a running lane. That's all done, set up by the defensive end, Brown, establishing the outside containment and forcing Saunders back inside.
Rylan Jordan there as well. Jordan's had a great year. Jordan coming into this game, 2nd leading tackler with 48 behind Lewis. 3rd is Darrell Miller. We called his name a lot the last few games at 45 total tackles. 3rd down, and now the ball back at the 9. 3rd and goal from the 9. Rice in the pocket. Rice looks and throws it in the end zone. Touchdown. A slant end pattern, and that's caught by, was that 7 that caught it? Gainey?
I think so.
Touchdown, Blue Raiders.
You watch the replay. Jose Joyner had him one-on-one coverage, kind of stumbled out of the break and was just not able to catch back up in time by the time the ball was delivered. He was still there for quality coverage, but the ball was put on a perfect spot, and he was just a fraction of a second late, and that'll lead to the Blue Raiders putting up 6 points early. Gainey's
5th touchdown reception of the year. The PAT is up, and it is good. And at the 11, or make it the 10:29 mark, the Blue Raiders get on the board first. They lead the game 7-0. We're back after this. Stay with us. This is Bethel Football.
Hi, I'm Cody Fitz with Fitscapes. Our business's focus is on building your dream yard at your dream home. When designing our backyards, we always like to start with our pool and patio areas first. Then we complement that with the landscaping, and we finish with the lawn for all of the outdoor entertaining needs. After installation is complete, we provide annual maintenance for all of your lawn care and landscaping needs. Fitscapes, let's build something beautiful.
The weather's getting colder, but the deals are getting hot at Chuck Hutton Nissan in Jackson. 2025 Pathfinder 0% for 60 months or $5,000 customer cash. 2020.
Do want to remind you that Jonathan Finkhauser, Colton Clark, senior escort in the band. So we want to work Frank in there, Jonathan, make sure we get that done for you. Here's the ball loose. The Cats, it's a scramble for it, and let's see who comes up with it. Lindsey Wilson says they have it. And watch the replay on this. A strange turn of events there, and coming out of that pile there with the football is Boyce Smith, and the Cats make a big mental mistake there.
Well, of course, with it being a windy day, the ball's maybe not going to fly as true as it could be.
Can we see that replay again, guys? Chris, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That was just a very poor executing job, as nobody was really wanting to try and take up for the football, even if just calling for a fair catch and taking it at the 25 is better than, giving the opposition the ball at your own 26 now. So Wildcats putting themselves behind the hole early.
Excuse me, Trevor. Wound up being like a long onside kick almost, didn't it?
Yeah, no doubt.
We just all froze. I'm not sure what happened there. Well, the Cat defense called upon to snuff them out here. The ball will be at the 26-yard line. They just had a 72-yard drive. And at the Bethel, they're right back out there. 4 linemen there. Rice, play fake, looks, and throws down there in the end zone, and coming back to get it, incomplete. Nice effort by Gainey, but really good defense by the Cats. It was 2 on to make it 3 on 2 that time.
Yeah, I think it was Brylan Jordan, the linebacker, that was having to keep containment with him right here as you see him exit the screen, and then as the ball gets delivered, Jordan was just a fraction of a hair late. The ball was thrown over top of him. It may have been 6 points for the Blue Raiders, but it was underthrown just a tad, and Jordan did a good job not colliding with Gainey there to be able to create the pass breakup.
Rice got a good arm, as that was his 25th touchdown pass. He's just a sophomore, 6'1", 190 from Manchester, Kentucky, Clay County High School. The great Richie Farmer went to Clay County High School, former Kentucky great. 2nd down and 10. Handoff, Saunders. Saunders looking for a block from his tight end, and he's not going to get one. Great defensive play by Brylan Jordan.
Yeah, he fought off that block from the tight end there and was able to hold on to Saunders and just kind of keep him there and waited for help to arrive. That was a great job of being able to keep containment on that such a All-American running back.
Burns, their field goal kicker, is 5 of 6. I do not have in front of me his longest, which I apologize. I should have that in doing our prep work. The ball will be at the 25. If he had to kick it from here, it'd be 42 yards.
Just based off the flag in the direction where it's blowing, that wind is going to be directly in the face, so it may make the kick a little bit more difficult. So this may be 4-down territory for the Blue Raiders.
A little bit of a crosswind, but I think you're right. It's more right in his face right now. Rice, draw play. Saunders has it. He's at the 20. Forget the field goal. He's at the 15. That's a 1st down. Well, draw play, textbook draw play. That's as good as you can draw it up right there, and the Cats got caught.
Yeah, it was a great play call right there as the Wildcats were bringing only 4 on the rush, trying to, set up for a little containment on zone, as they've seen Rice already beat him a couple times through the air. So they were trying to give that a different look, and that just allowed Saunders to explode with the burst and get 1st down yardage with ease.
Lindsey Wilson scored at the 10:29 mark, 72-yard drive, capped off the Rice to Gainey 9-yard pass play. Then they come up with a football at Bethel's 26 after the Cats didn't get the football. Here's a pass down in the end zone, touchdown. That's going to be a touchdown, and it's caught this time by Cam Williams. Was that 8 that caught it or 2 that caught it?
That was 8, I believe.
8. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's Sherrard. And he caught it.
Yeah, as you see, Jose Joyner just getting burned again on the inner crossing route or the inner post route. And that's unfortunate to see, as Joyner's been a very strong defensive presence for the Wildcats, but he's been beat twice now on almost the same route in the same location of the field.
So Sherrard caught it after Gainey caught it a moment ago, and the PAT is up, and it's good. And just like that, at the 8:51 mark of this first stanza, the Cats have dug a hole. They're down 14-0, back up to this 30.
The weather's getting colder, but the deals are getting hot at Chuck Hutton Nissan in Jackson. 2025 Pathfinder 0% for 60 months or $5,000 customer cash. 2025 Frontier, $4,000 customer cash. 2026 Road Platinum 0% for 60 months or $2,500 customer cash. It's the end of the year and the savings are now at Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. ChuckHuttonNissan.com.
Well, the Cats and the Blue Raiders, and thus far it's been Blue Raiders. They lead the game 14-0. Welcome back to Walter Butler Stadium. Sunshiny day, a few clouds lingering here and there, but nothing, no rain in the forecast, maybe a 2% chance. Winds not bothering Rice passing the ball at all. Here's another kick, and this time it's going to be fielded, and it's got to be caught there by Jarvis Stockton from Knoxville Powell High School, and the Cats will have the ball at their own 28, 1st and 10.
Hate to say it, but back-to-back weeks, the Cats and their special team miscues have not gotten the chance to have the football with a tie game. They've been down the last 2 weeks before they even take their first offensive snap. Hopefully this week they can be able to put together some competitive drives to try and get back in this ball game here early.
Special teams coach Michael Salerno cannot be happy on that play a moment ago. Now here's his chance to shine. Doubles, top of your screens. One receiver here near the bottom. Chance. Play fake. Throws. It's caught. Nice play. Caught this time. That's going to be by Ray Harvey. And Harvey's going to get all the way up to midfield. And Harvey's still going. Harvey's still going. Harvey's still going. And all the way down to the 44-yard line of Lindsey Wilson. Ray Harvey would not go down yards after a catch. And Harvey did a great job there. Harvey receiving this year for the Cats. That is his 48th reception. And the closest to him behind him is 33.
And he was first kind of wrapped up at the 45 and ended up on the 44 of Lindsey Wilson. So that drive and effort right there ought to be a big thing for the Cats moving forward.
They had people all around him. Now Chance in the pocket trying to evade the would-be tacklers and gets back the line of scrimmage and may get a yard. Tackle there by the big guy. And coming in with that tackle was Darius Moore, the defensive lineman from Morganfield, Kentucky.
The containment wasn't terrible for the Cats. I just think that none of the receivers were really all that open, so Chance not wanting to take a risk by throwing the ball into coverage, just tried to eliminate it and try to get as many yards as he could on that one.
2nd down and 10. Chance getting the play call from the near sideline here. Play fake and throws incomplete. Harvey again the intended receiver. Good coverage that time by Bridges. And it's going to be 3rd down and 10 at the 44-yard line of Lindsey Wilson.
That's the only downside of having that RPO, and if you're especially a little inaccurate with the football, now you're in such a 3rd and long, and the clock's also not been moving at all. So that's not – ultimately in this game you want to have the clock be your friend, especially going against a high-powered offense like the Blue Raiders.
Absolutely. Bethel has not run the ball yet. They've passed it every time, and here's Chance in the pocket, and Chance is going to be covered up back there. They're going to spin him down all the way back, and that a big tackle by their linebacker. That coming up was with the big play was one Troy Churchill, the senior defensive lineman from Louisville. And just like that, what promised to be maybe some points and a drive, not sustained, as we had it 1st and 10 at their 44. We had 1st and 10 at the 44, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And then now it's all the way back to the Bethel 46 and have to punt the ball.
Yeah, unfortunately, Josiah Boga, the freshman tackle or the freshman offensive lineman, was kind of abused there on the bull rush, and that led to Chance being slung back around in Bethel territory.
Miller, the punter, 37.6, gets a big foot of this one, the wind helping it as well, and calling for the fair catch all the way back here inside the 5-yard line. I'm not sure if he may want to let that go, but it's going to be caught back there by Max Gainey. And The bad news for Bethel, they didn't sustain the drive. The good news is that punt, though, by Miller, a great one, pins them all the way back at about the 5-yard line.
Yeah, it was about a 50-foot-yard net punt right there. So the Wildcats may not be too terribly thrilled with how that offensive possession went after the big explosive play on the first play, but they will be thrilled to know that Lindsey Wilson has 95-plus yards to try and get back in the end zone. So
they mark it actually at about the 6-yard line. So if you're keeping score at home, and if you are, you need counseling. But at the 6-yard line, it will be Lindsey Wilson. They've had it twice. Once a longer field at 72 yards. Once a short field after the snafu on the coverage on the kick. Now they've got it at the 6, 1st and 10. Saunders back there with Rice. I would think we might get a little dose of him. What do you think, Trevor?
Yeah, Saunders is probably going to be receiving the lion's share of the offensive plays here.
Rice is going to throw out of his end zone. And he's trying to throw it down here, and it's incomplete. That ball underthrown, incomplete, no flag, and didn't need to be one. Great coverage by Bethel's. That was Douglas back there. Pass was intended to Sherrard again.
I think his receiver kind of got a little bit further out than what his arm may be able to throw, because that looked like he tried to put as much as he could, put as much mustard on it as he could, and that ball just didn't even make it to the 45. So
especially in the wind. I think they thought they might catch Bethel napping. That wasn't the case. A little surprised they didn't go to Saunders back there running the ball, to be honest with you. But Coach Kleckler and his group's got more about football than I'll ever know, although I've been around a long time.
Especially considering you may want to try and get at least a little bit of room for your punter, because the Wildcats may be going for broke trying to see if they can force a kind of turnover or some sort.
Knew he was going to carry it that time and didn't get much, maybe out to about the 7 or 8. Here's a replay, and big third down play here. We mentioned a moment ago they're 45% in 3-point conversions. Bethel gave them one cheap-wise a moment ago with the Bethel getting some defensive backs back in the game. Their punter over there looking at his leg. He's warming up over there. The punter will be, in this case, Swindler. His folks right below us here, they've got the jerseys on that say Swindler. There's Lindsey Wilson breaks, and it's going to be third down and almost 8.
They'll need to be careful to avoid trying to play too cautious and let Saunders just run wild against them right here.
Sure. Rice drops. Rice looks. Rice going to throw again, and that's a fluttering pass, and it's going to be intercepted. Intercepted at about the 42-yard line. A poorly thrown ball now. Flag comes down. They may get pass interference on Bethel.
He was going for the football, so I have a hard time arguing that that's defensive pass interference, because 7 was kind of falling down because the ball was underthrown, and the Wildcat player made an attempt at the football. So I don't see how that's going to be available to be a defensive pass interference call.
And we've got a lineman from Lindsey Wilson. You see on the screen there, he's down. Let's hope he's all right. Pass interference is going to be on Bethel. Let's see what Aaron tells us. He's looking at his phone saying, okay, what did McCulley tell me we could eat after? Yep, pass interference on him. Mike not working. I'm shocked.
That's got to be real frustrating, as it looks, especially as you go back here on the replay. Rice trying to take the top off the defense.
Ball sort of a dying duck as well.
And, yes, there's contact, but, I mean, it seems like it's almost like a free play.
I agree with you.
Where it's, both guys have the same amount of chance to go for the football when both guys are looking at the football. And, I mean, yes, there was a little bit of a shove there, so I guess by the letter of the law it will be defensive pass interference, and that's what the ruling is.
But the ball would be marked up to about the 23-yard line. It's going to be 1st and 10 there for the Blue Raiders. And we'll try to spot who that is injured down there. Let's hope he's all right. They're helping him up. That's good news. One of the big linemen. And what number is that? 52?
No, 77.
77. I'm not good at reading hand language. Luke Simmons, that's not on you, it's me. He's from Glasgow. And let's hope he's all right. Say a little prayer for him if you would. You don't want anyone to get hurt, whether it's your team or the other team. A lot of respect for Lindsey Wilson I've had through the years. You ever go up there and listen, when you go to Lindsey Wilson, it's big league. Their press box is, I think, the best for media in the entire league, A. B, your parking passes, from the time you get out of your car with your equipment, they're greeting you and taking you up on the elevator. They do things right, believe me. 5:56. And they move it up to the 23-yard line, 1st and 10. Well, Bethel's given them a snafu on a kick return, and now the pass interference. That's 2 on Bethel today. They pitch it to Saunders, trying to sweep left, turns it back inside, and boy, great play there by Bethel. And the guy that came up and made that play was K.J. Murden.
Yeah, it was a great job by Murden, as he read that the ball was coming on the outside, and he just blitzed right to where the point of contact was going to be, wrapped up low at the legs, and kept Saunders from being able to be explosive, kept him to no yards.
Other than the one run he had that he really hurt Bethel, Bethel's done a pretty good job on him, Trevor.
Yeah, they've tried to contain him as best they can, and if it's not for two defensive pass interferences and a miscue on special teams, Wildcats are probably in a 0-0 ball game right now.
I've been doing this for a long time. Did I miss the PAT? I mean, we were –
I could have swore he made it as well.
I thought he did too. The scoreboard still has 13-0. We'll double check that. And off Saunders, ducks his head, slashes his way to the 30, to the 31, 32. I think he's got the first down. Let's wait and see.
Looks like he may be just a yard short, but that's still it's amazing to see what an All-American looks like in person. Is his burst from just getting through the line of scrimmage. He is able to just hit it with a head of steam, and before you even know it, he's got 7-8 yards in his gullet before anybody's even touching him. So
he's got some power in that 6'2", 205 body, but he's quick. He's got great feet. Two receivers, far side left. That's going to be Gainey and Reed. And Bethel will try to stop him here and make him punt it. 3rd and a yard from about the 31.
Wouldn't be surprised to see some play action here.
Rice gives it to Saunders. Saunders is snuffed and stopped back at the 30-yard line. He did not get the first down. Actually, he lost a yard, and Lindsey Wilson's going to have to punt the football. Great play.
That was a great job by the Wildcat defense, and the reason why I thought we may have seen some play action was because you knew the Wildcat defense was not going to let Saunders try and take advantage on that one.
Who made that initial hit?
That was Randolph Foster, number 90, the defensive lineman junior from Paris, Tennessee, that was responsible for that tackle.
Former Henry County product. They've had some great tradition up there through the years. Here's the punt. Averaging 37, fair catch call for Bethel, and it is going to be a fair catch, and Bethel will have decent field position at the 39. Fair catch by Antonio Henry. Every time I see Henry catch it at 83, I think of Will Sicker. Well, it's a 14. We'll make it 13-0. Will we double check on that scoreboard, Shante, if you don't mind? He did miss it. I apologize. I thought he made it.
I could have swore he did too.
Yeah, 13-0 your score. Shante and Hubble are more on top of it than I am. Let me put it that way. Of course, they're a lot younger too and better looking. 13-0. And the ball will be marked at the 39. They're on 39. So decent field position for the Cats. Let's see if they can generate some offense. Had something going a moment ago that went awry. Moved it to the 44 and had a first down, but then the big sack forced Bethel to have to punt it.
Have not taken a run yet. We'll be interested to see when and if that happens.
Chance throws. Chance is going to be caught. What a catch by Harvey at midfield. 1st and 10.
Chance and Harvey have really established a great connection, as you see on the replay here. Harvey running a comeback route, Chance delivering the ball right on time, and Harvey making a great two-handed catch right at midfield.
Both these quarterbacks fighting this win a little bit too when they try to. Here's Bethel's first running play of the game, and running that football will be Stockton, and he's going to get down to about the 45. He's going to pick up 5. He's going to be 2nd 5.
Correction, that was Ryan Kirk, number 20.
Was that Kirk? I apologize. Yeah, he wears 20, and Stockton wears 21. We've seen the emergence of Kirk in the last few games, haven't we?
Yeah, and that was a great job of lowering the shoulder pads and leveling the defender there on the run.
They go back to Kirk. No, Chance is going to keep it after the play fake, looking for a block. He's inside the 35, inside the 30, and scrambles his way all the way down to the 27-yard line. Chance fooled me, and he fooled the Lindsey Wilson defense.
That's one thing that's great about this RPO attack is Chance saw the defender coming hard off that right side and finally decided to keep it and busted one open for a big gain on the right side.
Here's the handoff again. This is Kirk. Kirk powers his way down to the 20, and the Cats have something going. It's going to be a pickup of about 7 yards. Going to be 2nd and 3. The Wildcats, Jeff Britt's Ball Club, just beat West Virginia Tech in the Jim Reed Classic in Georgetown. They're 2-0 up there, and now 4-1 of the year. They won 74-52. Congratulations to the basketball Cats. 2nd and 3. Kirk again. Kirk has running room. Kirk may score. No, they don't. He doesn't score, but he powers his way inside the 10 down to about the 7-yard line. And all of a sudden, Bethel's offensive line taking some control of the game, and now we've got another Lindsey Wilson player down.
Yeah, the Wildcats are really putting the Blue Raider defense on their heels with this RPO attack, with Chance busting that big run on the sideline. I believe that is number 31, Kevin Wilson, the sophomore out of Louisville, Kentucky, that is down injured for the Blue Raiders. Fingers crossed he's not too terribly hurt, and we can see him back in action here later on this afternoon.
Say a little prayer for him. 2:07, timeout on the field. 2:07 left in the first quarter. Bethel down 13-0, but knocking on the door. 1st and 10. The ball will be at about the 6-yard line when we come back. Stay with us.
Beauty House Social. Jackson's premier blowout bar and full-service salon and med spa. From lashes and facials to cosmetic injections and lasers, we have it all. Let's be social.
Does shelter insurance cover shiny red cars?
Yeah.
What about purple vans?
Also, yes.
Monster trucks?
What's going on, son?
From shiny red cars to purple minivans, you can count on Shelter's local agents to help you protect what matters most.
News is Kevin Wilson is up. They're helping him off the field, but he is walking. Well, actually not walking. They're hobbling over there, but again, say a little prayer for him. That's 2 Lindsey Wilson Blue Raiders that have gone out of this game injured. It's a physical game, folks, no doubt about it, as all the games are. Too physical for me. Well, Chance will bring Kirk back out there with him, and Kirk's going to be not in the pistol. He'll be to the left and behind Chance. First and goal at the 6-yard line of Lindsey Wilson. Cats knocking on the door, down 13-0. Late first quarter, under 2 minutes now. Chance gives it to Kirk, and Kirk this time is hit behind the line, but then powers his way, churning his way all the way down to about the 3-yard line, and now Lindsey Wilson says they have the football.
I almost think that ball may have been stopped before it came out just by forward progression, but that's a downside of continuing to fight for it is you always leave yourself vulnerable for a peanut punch, and I'm wondering if they rule it that way.
It is Lindsey Wilson's ball. Another turnover. Watch the replay and see if we can see what happened. Kirk, credit him for continuing to battle and keep the feet churning. They get him in the backfield, but he breaks loose again, and now the ball pops out of there right in there. Yep, and hard for us to tell here, but the way both teams were reacting, boy, we got a little hanky-panky going on there too after the play. And Bethel has turned it over on a snafu on a kick, and now they've turned it over inside the 5-yard line. Lindsey Wilson will have it at their own 3, 1st and 10, and turn of events there, Trevor.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation for the Wildcats to have happen. If it's not for the self-inflicted wounds, the Wildcats are definitely in this ball game, and they are not being beaten by Lindsey Wilson, but rather just beating themselves by shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, and credit Kirk. He was doing all he could to keep things going there, but it just went against him there. A bad break. Rice is in the end zone there in the shotgun. Saunders this time carries it, looking for a hole, and really doesn't find much, but he maybe got back to about the 5. That's it. Bethel's run defense has been pretty stout against him thus far.
Sure has, and especially on this last replay, you see everybody kind of fighting their offensive blocks laterally, not letting them take them north and south, making Saunders' job of trying to find a hole much more difficult as the hole's never really developed the way he's hoping to see.
Bethel's 42nd in the country in rush defense. Comparing that to Lindsey, who is 55th. So Bethel actually has a better rushing defense advantage of the game. They gave him about a yard. That ball's back at the 4. Lost about a yard. 2nd down and almost 11. Rice, Saunders again. Same result. Feet churning, but the defense is churning as well, and no gain at all.
Got to give a lot of credit to this Wildcat defensive line. They knew they were going to be up to task going against an All-American running back, and they have done a great job as 99 was the first man there. Darrell Howard, the freshman out of Tanner, Alabama, was there to meet him in the backfield, and the rest of the Wildcat gang brought him down behind the sticks.
We're down to 30 seconds in the first quarter. Bethel trailing 13-0. Again, a 72-yard drive capped off by Rice to gain a 9-yard pass. And then it was Rice to Sherrard after Bethel gave them the short field. And it's 13-0. They did miss the PAT. That was confirmed by Shante and Hubble. The ball's at the 4. And now that's going to be down to 12 seconds. Did Bethel call a timeout? I think Bethel may have called it. They call the timeout, okay. And obviously they don't want to punt in this win, I wouldn't think. And now we've got a little tussle down there. We've got a little scramble. Let's see what that's about. As the teams, they call the timeout, and the officials will step in. Guys will be guys, but listen, don't be selfish no matter who you play for. Be a team member.
All things considered, I think the D-line's probably just trying to let them know, like, hey, we're here. We're going to be fighting you all 60 minutes of this football game.
We'll keep it here, reminding you that today's game being brought to you in part by Wayne Halfway House, Centennial Bank, West Tennessee Utilities. Also, it's being brought to you in part by Joe Mahan, Carroll County, DB Lennon, Nicky Joe Stafford, Weekly County Motors, Carroll Bank and Trust, Hometown Health, Smith & Smith Optometry, Anchor Transportation, the official transportation unit of the Bethel Athletic Department. We mentioned Carroll Bank and Trust, Pepsi Mid-America, Ricky Price of the game, the Perkins Corporation, and Raycar, along with Trevathian's Electrical Services. I think we missed someone there. Who did we miss? We missed Tri-County Publishing. I apologize. Well, Trevor, 13-0, 12 seconds left here in the quarter, and the ball at the 4-yard line.
Wildcats get a stop here. That can really do some help for the Wildcat momentum shift, as they definitely had a good swing of it on that offensive possession, coughed it up in the red zone, which is never ideal. But if this defense can stand strong, we'll have a good chance of being able to see if we can get a score to cut into this 13-point deficit.
Lindsey will run this football, and then they'll punt. They'll let the quarter expire, I would think, and then they'll punt with the wind to their back, I would think. That's what I would do, but who am I? Rice, draw play to Saunders. Saunders, they were successful a moment ago, but not so successful this time. He does get a little edge for his punter as he moves it out to the 10. 3, 2, 1, that's the end of the first quarter. They'll have the wind at their back when we come back. Right now, they have the score, Lindsey Wilson does, 13-0. Back after this, the Cats still should come out of this with good field position. Stay with us. This is Bethel football.
At FMY Orthodontics, we believe a beautiful, healthy smile is the key to boosting confidence and enhancing quality of life. Our team of highly skilled and compassionate orthodontic professionals is dedicated to providing personalized care in a welcoming, state-of-the-art environment. Whether you're looking for traditional braces, clear aligners, or other orthodontic solutions, we offer a variety of options to meet your needs. Our goal is to provide the most effective and efficient orthodontic treatment for every patient.
This is how we Friday night.
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 Trevor Roof, Dave McCulley back with you. Worthy Road Studios, Paul Schultze and Christopher Reasons, the guys in charge today, doing a great job as always. Don't forget, you go to Worthy Roads and the BallGame Blitz YouTube, and you can watch not only Bethel, but Union and a lot of high school, USJ. They do weddings, they do funerals, school events, you name it, they do it. Worthy Road Studios, Paul Schultze in the game. Well, now it will be to punt it out of his own end zone back there. And the punter in this case will be 49. That's Tucker Swindler. Good snap and gets it away. And a nice booming kick.
Bobbled it a little.
And Antonio Henry will let it roll inside the 40 down to about the 38, 37, 36. Great punt. From his own end zone, it will be a switch a little bit of the field position. Bethel was hoping to come out of that with better field position, but did not. And that's a great punt.
Wildcats are going to be trying to see, it seems like they're trying to send a little bit more pressure on the punt, trying to see if they can create a little bit of chaos by the punter since back there. And he almost had an opportunity, Wildcats almost had an opportunity at it as the punter almost bobbled it a little bit, but still was able to get a pretty good kick out away.
Derek Hubble will be combining with our Ghost Rider later tonight. They'll be having not only a great article in this game, but on Jeff Britt's Wildcat basketball team that won 74-52. Pulled away. They had a tight first 10, 12 minutes of that game, then pulled away and won big. 4-1 now, 2-0 at the Jim Reed Classic in Georgetown. Chance. Back. Chance throws. Almost picked off. Probably should have been. Chance lucky. He'd like to have that back on a yo-yo, and boy, they almost came up with that. Bridges almost came up with an interception. That would have been a pick six, too.
And he had plenty of time, so there was no real reason to kind of force it into double coverage, as Harvey was very well covered, as that was Caleb Bridges, the defensive back from Atlanta, Georgia, in there on the pass breakup there from their defensive backfield.
I'll tell you about a high school game I had last night with Trinity on a play that turned the whole game around. Here's the handoff and nothing much. And now breaking a tackle or two and then plugging his way for a few yards is Jordan Kaysen. Last night I had a game and Trinity was leading 14-0. The opposing team had it first and goal at Trinity's 5. Defensive back intercepted and took it from the 5 back to the other 5. And the game completely switched and wound up being a 49-0 game.
I can imagine that's a backbreaker, especially when you're threatening on the end zone and you give one up and it switches the entire momentum of the game.
3rd down and 5. Chance wants to throw. Chance does throw and almost picked off again. Boy, oh boy, slapping his helmet is Leitner, and Chance lucky that wasn't picked off.
Wildcats got away with a hold there. Is number 69 for the Cats. Jacob Smith was in there blocking, the freshman from McKenzie, Tennessee. He was in there blocking, and he got abused there. That may be 59. Correction.
Chance and Prezi were talking something over. I don't know if there was a miscommunication on the pattern or what, but it didn't go well. So, Cats can't capitalize on what could have been a shorter field, wound up not being. And now they'll have to punt it. Miller back here at about he'll get away from about his 30. And a wobbly kick, and it will be rolling dead inside the 30. Good effort there, down to about the 27. Boy, Lindsey Wilson had some people in the area, and you could tell that bench was saying, get away from that football.
Right.
1st and 10.
Yeah, got to be careful as there was a little bit of roughhousing here, but I think between Brandon Hall and I think that may have been Boyce Smith, the Lindsey Wilson defender there, as I think Hall got kind of leveled and then stood up and didn't appreciate the fact that Boyce Smith was standing over him right after the hit. So got to keep the emotions in check. You may not have as much to fight for as they do, but you still want to make sure that you can play spoiler, and you can't do that by continuing to shoot yourself in the foot.
None of the players, but I bet you there's a manager or two on that sideline over there that has a cell phone, and they're monitoring that Georgetown and Campbellsville game. Halftime, Georgetown was leading 7-6.
14-6.
14-6 now. How about that?
Yeah, 14-6 at halftime. Georgetown will start with football.
Being with Lambeth for 18 years and now here at Bethel for 15, I can tell you there's not a lot of love lost between Lindsey and Georgetown and Campbellsville. Georgetown ruled the roost for years. Bill Cronin, the gang, and Cumberland entered the picture. Union, when I first started 18 years, well, no longer than that, 33 years ago, Union, Kentucky, which is now Union Commonwealth, they'll be sending their soccer team down here. They were the class of the league. Then Georgetown got in there. Then Lambeth challenged them. And it's been different teams getting hot and staying hot. Here's Rice wanting to throw. Rice downfield, and that ball is going to be incomplete and a flag. I think he might have missed that call, to be honest with you. What do you think, Trevor?
Unfortunately, Douglas is not going to have much of a case as he wasn't able to get his head
They're picking on him a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, they're seeing the one-on-one coverage opportunities, and Rice is letting it fly, and the Wildcat defenders are not helping themselves be able to try and separate the ball from receiver and without doing it illegally.
SID exchange depth charts every Sunday. I do mine on Sunday, and a lot of people do theirs on Sunday night or Monday. But believe me, when they saw a freshman defensive back, you knew they thought, well, let's see how good he is. And that's what's happened today.
And if you look at the replay, the throw was really not all that great as Douglas is just kind of running there, but just because the contact is made right where the ball is kind of being located, there's not much that Douglas can do besides trying to see if he can locate the football. He was just in a dead sprint backwards trying to cover his zone, and unfortunately for the Cats, that's 15 yards for the Blue Raiders.
Well, I've always been fair to the officials, and I will continue to be that way. This is a good officiating crew. I don't think that was pass interference personally, but what do I know? Here's a man wide open and incomplete, bounced off his numbers. My goodness.
Yeah, that was
boy.
That was Sherrod. He was wide open, and this Wildcat defense, while they've done great containing Saunders, now Rice and the receiving core of this Blue Raider offense are really trying to take the top off and have done so successfully. One drawing a penalty flag on the last play, and then that one should have been 6 points for Blue Raiders if that ball was caught.
Coaches work real hard every day, but on Sundays, a busy day for them as well. But Chris Springer obviously went to church Sunday morning. It's 13-0. I mean, that should have been caught. Full stride, but you got to catch that. He's a great receiver too.
I was always taught growing up, if you're going to play receiver, you got to catch with the hands, not be bringing it into the body. And the body definitely caused that one to be popped out.
Hit him right in the number, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Second down and 10 now. And there's Saunders carrying it. He gets up to the 40, and the ball is loose, and the Cats have it. Let's see who first hit Saunders. He coughed it up, and then who recovered it?
That's exactly what the Wildcats needed. They needed to try and force some turnovers, and that was a great job. Bam! Right there with the hit. I think that's 23. That is Brenton Hall, the junior from Shaw, Mississippi, with the hit. And now the Cats will have the ball on Lindsey Wilson territory. That's a great little momentum shift. Now can the Wildcat offense be able to switch it around?
And adding insult to injury, Saunders literally limping off the field across the way. You saw it on your screen if you're watching right at their bench. He was favoring that leg, one of those legs. The Cats have it now, 37-yard line, 1st and 10. So both teams making a few mistakes here. And the Cats a chance. This is their deepest penetration. They had it at the 44 in the first, and the drive went awry. Now at the 37, 1st and 10, Bethel. And carrying it will be the Cats. And moving that football will be Jordan Kaysen. He's inside the 35, down to about the 30-yard line. And the offensive line doing their magic that time. A no-huddle offense, 2nd down and 3. A pickup of 7. 13-19, clock running. Bethel down 13-0, but threatening. Handoff again, and that's Kaysen again. He's got another 1st down. And Kaysen, Jordan carrying that ball, the running back from Lebanon, Tennessee. Tennessee State University transfer.
Shoestring tackle away, and the Wildcats may have put 6 on the board there. Kaysen was just about to cut out wide to the left and be able to take that in for 6. Had not gotten away with a shoestring tackle.
So 2 carries by Kaysen. Now he gets it again. They wrap him up this time. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Kaysen coming in the game. 75 carries, 321 yards, averaging a little over 4, 53 per game. Bethel's been by committee running the ball more than most teams, and it's a loss of a yard, actually. 2nd down to 11.
That was a great job by Troy Churchill, the defensive lineman out of Louisville, Kentucky for the Blue Raiders. He fought through the initial block and was able to meet Kaysen in the backfield.
Well, the Lindsey Wilson defense are back to the wall right now, trying to protect a 13-0 lead. Chance. Again, Kaysen, this time to the line of scrimmage, and crashes his way inside the 25 to maybe about the 24. So it's going to be now 3rd down and 9. Bethel this year in 3rd down conversions. The Cats just 28%, 83rd in the country. It's not really great, to be honest with you, but let's see if we can turn the tide here. 3rd down and 9. Chance in that shotgun. Chance claps those hands 2 or 3 times.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Blue Raider defense try and bring some pressure against this young offensive line to see if they can make Chance's pass play a little bit more difficult.
Play clock down to 7, down to 6, down to 5, down to 4, down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. And he barely got it off. Chance throws on the slant pattern and incomplete. Undershot that time, the intended receiver, and could not get it to number 81, Alonzo Russell, and that's going to bring Clutch out to try to hit a field goal. Clutch, the player of the week a couple of weeks ago, special teams player, and Roditas, a young man here from McKenzie, was spotted at the 31. It'll be a 41-yard attempt, hash mark left. Wind in his face a little bit. 11:25, more than a little bit, isn't it, Trevor?
Yeah, it's definitely blowing. It'll be kind of give him a little diagonal type of wind as it's kind of blowing from their near side end zone all the way across to the far side on the other end of the field.
Long snapper is Johnson. Here's the snap back. The ball is down. The kick is up, and that kick is no good. It died as it crossed the goal line. And the Cat offense with great field position at the 37 cannot convert, and credit Lindsey Wilson's defense. They get a glad hand from just the entire roster over there as they make their way over there.
That's an upsetting possession there for the Wildcat offense as you get an opportunity to be in plus territory and you get 2 good runs from your running back, and then it just stalls immediately once
that wind really grabbed it, didn't it?
Yeah, and you know, it would be one thing if you were able to come out with 3 points, but I mean, that's still a difficult kick with the windy conditions that we're dealing with, and not to mention it was tipped at the line, courtesy of the referee making that call. But that's just got to be taking a little bit of air out of the tires for the Wildcats.
It did not look like the shot of the Jerry Wilcoxon tournament during homecoming. That I saw the shot, did not know how it ended, but Derek Hubble hit one to the green and then hit the putt for the birdie. It was on video. You can take my word for it. You don't have to, but it's on video. A lot of things about Hubble are on video. Here's the handoff to Saunders. Saunders breaks the tackle, breaks another 30-yard line, and spins his way. I think he may have the first down. He does at the 34-yard line.
As we said, last offensive possession, Saunders not back out there. That's number 26, Stephen
Another
Mack, the
Blue
junior.
Raiders down. Excuse me, Trevor, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
He would be the 3rd guy if he has to be taken off, I apologize. Finish your point.
That was Stephen Mack, the junior from Hendersonville, Tennessee, that was in there on the carry as Saunders was limping off that last possession. And now we got number 74. That is Preston Parks, the senior from Bowling Green, Kentucky, that looks like he's going to be a little timid getting off the field here. It looks like he's going to have some teammates' assistance to be able to get back over to the Blue Raider sideline.
He's a big guy, I'm telling you. He is 6'4", 300. South Warren High School. Bowling Green, the home of the NAI office. Chris Wells in the game, do a great job there. Chris is up there with volleyball this week. Unfortunately, our volleyball cats bowed out. Michelle Kunis, first year, but she did a really good job, I thought. At the 34-yard line, it's going to be 1st and 10 for Lindsey Wilson. Bowling Green, KY. I think everyone stopped at Dixon if you're going to Nashville, and everyone stopped at Bowling Green if you're going up north to Louisville or up to God's Country, UK. How about the Cats? You folks in Bowling Green, or excuse me, in Columbia, I'm a diehard UK fan, and we're leading 28-7 over that 10-0 Tennessee Tech team. Timeout Bethel. Bethel did not have the personnel they wanted, or something didn't go right. So as they call a timeout, we'll take one with them. 10:51 in this NAI football game. It's it's senior day, and it's preview day. Homecoming for some of those folks for preview day, maybe coming back in a few years, and they'll say they were glad they were here today. It is 13-0. Lindsey Wilson back after this quick 30. This is Bethel football on Worthy Road Studios and the BallGame Blitz.
Turn to the experts. Since 1955, Garrett Plumbing and Heating has been the leader in plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation for West Tennessee. A proud supporter of USJ Bruin Athletics, we are your local Carrier Factory authorized dealer. Call Garrett Plumbing and Heating, 668-3339, for all of your plumbing, heating, and air needs.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, Georgetown beating Campbellsville 21-6 now in the third quarter. Here is handoff Saunders. Saunders head of steam. Saunders grabbed and then carries three or four people with him up to the 40.
Stephen Mack, the running back there. It's going to be an interesting development if the All-American for Saunders is not able to go for the Blue Raiders, as Mack has definitely got some good young legs under him, but that's not going to be the All-American quality that the Wildcat defense was preparing for, and that could be a favor for the Wildcat, or go in favor for the Wildcats.
Good recognition by you and Shante and Hubble. Trevor, great job. I thought that was him, but it was actually Mack. You're right. Remember, Saunders went out after he was hit and coughed it up a moment ago and limped off the field. Rice drops back. Rice over the middle, caught. That ball caught by Gainey. Gainey, 30. Gainey, 25. Gainey, 20. Gainey bulldozed down and then says, I've got the first down and more. And Lindsey Wilson, they go over the middle without their big running back. Saunders, their big star, they go underneath to Gainey, and here's the replay. Great play.
Rice is doing a good job of just taking what the Wildcats are giving them. When you're playing zone like this, they're able to just find those crossing patterns wide open, and that's a great job by Gainey as he just took the ball with a head of steam and made a bunch of yards after the catch.
Bethel's inability to take advantage of a short field a moment ago. Now they have the ball, they being Lindsey Wilson, down at Bethel's 19-yard line, 1st and 10. Bethel moving that defensive line around. They move Mack up to the left of Rice. They give Mack the football. Mack doesn't get much. Well, now he's still on his feet and churning his way down to about the 15. He got more than I thought. He gets about 4 yards.
It's a good job of fighting there from Mack. His initial contact looks like it comes right at about the 18 or 19-yard line, but he just kept those feet churning and was able to get an extra 2 or 3 yards afterwards.
Bethel coming in at 4-4, 3-2 in the league. Lindsey Wilson coming in number 8 in the country, 8-1, 4-1. So they'd go to 5-1. They'd win the league if they win this and Campbellsville loses. Now, if Campbellsville were to come back, well, the Tigers would be in the driver's seat. All these teams we mentioned a moment ago worthy of making that NAI championship. Now timeout. Lindsey Wilson calls a TO. Timeout on the field. 8:35 first half. Bethel down 13-0, and Lindsey's threatening on a 2nd down and 7 from the Bethel 16-yard line. This is Bethel football at 30.
Do you want your smile to say it all? At Elite Dental Care, we'll make you and your family feel comfortable and secure with a variety of services and state-of-the-art care. We offer sedation dentistry that will make your time in the dental chair comfortable and relaxed. Come by and see our newly renovated and expanded office in Jackson, or one of our other convenient locations in Trenton or Dyersburg. Trust your smile with Elite Dental Care, and let your smile say it all.
Oh, by the way, the check.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium. Wildcats with a 2nd and 7 as they try to stifle this Blue Raider offensive attack as they have the ball in the Wildcats 16, hopefully seeing what they can try and do to extend their lead from 13-0 over the Wildcat defense.
Rice. Tate Rice, sophomore from Manchester. Drops. Rice flushed out of the pocket, running right, directing traffic, throws incomplete. Great coverage in the end zone by the Cats and great pressure on Rice. Was that Lewis that got in his face?
No, I think it's Malik Brown, number 22. As you see on this replay, it almost looks like he gets held there by number 68 and unfortunately wasn't able to get a whistle, but then that was a great job of pursuit there. That might have been Lewis on the back end as he provided some pressure, but the initial pressure from Malik Brown was able to force Rice to make some uncomfortable moves and having to flush the pocket.
Yeah, Brown back in his secondary, good job. And also Merton made a really good, nice play keeping the short side official, or excuse me, the receiver, from catching that inside the 10. So it's 3rd down now and 7. Big play for both teams. Tight end in motion. They set him down. Actually, never set down. He's just motioned there. Here's Rice throwing. Rice is going to go in the end zone. Dropped. Boy, that's about 3 drops that Lindsey's had today, or they'd be leading by more. And that one dropped this time by Sherrard. That's his 2nd drop. Not picking on him. He should have caught that football, and the Cat defense holds.
That's a gift. And another one trying to take it into the body instead of using the hands. I get Rice has a good arm, but you're still a college-level receiver. You got to be able to have good enough hands to be able to catch that and then be able to make a move to try and get in the end zone. And just letting it bounce right off the chest plate's not going to help anybody. And now Lindsey Wilson to try and go for a field goal.
Here's the field goal attempt. Be about a 34-yarder. The snap is back. The ball is down. The kick is up, and it is good. That kick by one, Jaden Burns. He's now 6 of 7 field goal attempts, and it's 16-0. The Raiders back after this 30. Stay with us. This is Bethel football from Walter Butler Stadium in McKenzie.
An hour ago, Theo airballed the game-winning shot. But at Zaxby's, he's dunking all over these fools. Zax sauce, bang. Tongue torch, boom. Hot honey mustard. My man's putting on a clinic.
Welcome to Dunk City.
And one, baby.
Thanks, baby. Dude. Babe, dude.
Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium as the Blue Raiders lead the Bethel Wildcats by a score of 16-0. 8:18 left to go here in the first half, and Wildcats desperately need to try and see if they can find pay dirt here to cut into this deficit, as they will be receiving the ball to start the second half.
That one a touchback, almost went at the back of the end zone, a few yards short. A nice play there by, or a big kick, I should say, as the Cats now trying to generate some offense. That was by Cornelius, easily Cornelius III. He's from nearby Paducah. He's probably got some relatives here watching the game and friends. Interesting note, we're almost to the end of this. Well, I'd say we're halfway through this, almost halfway through this second stanza. Get it right in a minute. But interesting note, Jay Bright, the former offensive coordinator here, is the offensive coordinator for Lindsey Wilson. I hear my stat man making fun of me over there. Here is the handoff, and that is, again, carrying the ball, Kirk. And Kirk's been the best weapon Bethel's put out there yet, and he just refuses to go down. Offensive line, great blocking for him, but, boy, Kirk looks really quick today, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's like a little bowling ball of energy as you look at this replay. He hits this hole hard, takes a jump cut to the right, and gets into the second level, sheds a tackle right at about the 35, and it doesn't end up going down until about the 38 after being wrapped up by multiple Blue Raider defenders.
Kirk's carries have been the best consistent offense at Bethel's run. Here's a play fake to Kirk this time, and a pass out to Harvey, and Harvey's He doesn't get back to the line of scrimmage, actually. He's knocked out of bounds at about the 38.
I don't know what it is about Chance's throws today, but he just does not seem to be putting the ball where it needs to be. I mean, he had that one behind Pressey where Pressey got a conversation later, threw one in the dirt to Rose earlier, and then that one's behind to Harvey as well.
A loss of 2, 2nd down and 12, the ball back at the 37. Lindsey threatening the blitz. Now they back off that. Chance will hand it to Kirk. Kirk has running room. Then Kirk is knocked down as he crosses the 40 and lunges his way to the 41. And the tackle, Shante tells us, is by Ronald Carr, the senior from Nashville. Pearl Cohen, boy, they've turned out some great football players through the years. 3rd and about 9 from just about their own 40. And now a timeout, Lindsey Wilson. Lindsey Wilson, I think, needs a little blow. And they do get that. 7:03 left here in the half. Cats down 16-0. Trevor, we're going to keep it here. Ball Game Blitz in Worthy Road Studios. Paul Schultze and Christopher Reasons, great guys to work with. I worked with them through the years as well on high school events. And your thoughts, what do the Cats have to do here on a 3rd down and 9? Obviously get the first down, but how do they do it?
Well, unfortunately, I think a little bit better at the quarterback position is probably going to be what's most needed. As Dustin Chance's inaccurate throws, specifically on 3rd down, have not helped. As I was stating earlier, the pass to Pressey was a little bit behind when he wasn't able to coordinate with his receiver there. Had a ball thrown in the dirt a little bit earlier against to Alonzo Rhodes that ended up stifling a Wildcat drive. And here's another big 3rd down and 8 where the Wildcats are most likely going to have to throw the football. Chance is a very good quarterback, and it's no disrespect to him, but you'd probably be asking him if he's been playing his best ball today, and he probably would say no. So he's got to be a little bit better for the Cats to be able to try and turn this ship around to be able to cut into the 16-0 deficit here.
Yeah, Cats need a big play. If they don't get that here on a 3rd and long, they'll have to punt it again into this win. And Lindsey Wilson right now leading 16-0, and they'd love to get their paws back on it. The Raiders would, and put another one up.
Looking like they're almost bringing some pressure, too. Putting some pressure on this O-line.
Yeah, here they come. And Chance dropping back. Chance running out of the pocket. Chance directing traffic. Chance trying to throw, and it's going to be caught. What a catch, and a great play. And a comeback catch. What a nice play by Jaden Pressey, who came back, and Bethel's going to get a first down at the 49-yard line. Chance scrambling, made it stay alive, and then Pressey, knowing his quarterback was in trouble, came back and caught that football.
Yeah, that's a great job by Pressey, and that's probably why they were discussing after that misconnection earlier, is because they know that they have such a better connection than that, but we do look like we do have a penalty of some sort.
Back at the 38-yard line. That may negate all of that. Normally that's holding back there. Illegal motion. Well,
another instance with the Wildcats just kind of shooting themselves in the foot as we take a look at this replay. Not really even sure what the illegal motion, and maybe a false start of some sort. I'm not sure what the penalty was in reference to. It looked like they had enough guys lined up on the line of scrimmage, but regardless, it was a great job by Pressey being able to come back to the football to help out his quarterback, but that just puts the Wildcats even further back and now dealing with a 3rd and 13.
Goes back, yeah, you're right. 3rd and long. We mentioned Bethel only 28% on the year in 3rd down conversions. That's not really good. 3rd down and 13, need to change that tune again here. Here's Chance, gives it to Kirk. Kirk hit, lunges his way, and then he stopped at about the 38-yard line, make it 39, and they'll have to punt it. Got the yards back they lost, maybe one extra on top of that, and Miller will have to come out and punt the football.
Frustrating development there is that you seem like you're just able to get your first down of the or 3rd down conversion of the game, and then just to have it all kind of come crumbling down due to some yellow laundry on the field. That's a upsetting way to go about that possession right there.
6:20 left in the half. Bethel down 16-0 and going to have to give it up. 4th and 10. Miller gets it away. And they're going to let the ball just run out of bounds or scoot out of bounds across the way. And Lindsey will have decent field position. They'll move it and mark it at about the 35-yard line. 1st and 10 there for the Blue Raiders. This will be the season finale for the Cats. Trying to go 5-4 instead of 4-5. And you look back at the season, Bethel's been in every game. I mean, you look back at that Kaiser game, we had to forfeit, but lost to Mary Hardin Baylor 30-23, lost to Kaiser 7-0, beat Weber 24-7, beat Faulkner 20 to or make it 30-7. That was a tough loss to Cumberland, Kentucky, 34-10 up there. We just didn't play well up there, and did not play well last week, losing at Campbellsville. Of course, the Tigers had something to do with that, 38-9. But for the most part, in every game to the very end. 1st and 10 at his own 38. Rice drops. Rice in the pocket, protection. Still plenty of time. Now running out of there, we'll throw it, and it's incomplete. Threw that one out of bounds. So now it's a 27-6 Georgetown game. I tell you, everyone thought Campbellsville would go up there and win, and the Tigers are really good. But I'm telling you, Georgetown, they've been the Yankees of this league for a long time. And they're playing well in Georgetown today.
Mm-hmm. And that makes the overtime win that the Cats had over Georgetown that much more impressive,
Sure
especially coming back from a double-digit deficit at one point in time in that game.
2nd down and 10, 5:59. Clock arrested after the incompletion. 2nd and 10 from his own 38. Rice hands it to Mack. Mack 40, Mack 45. And he'll be stopped there short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd down and about 3. They give him to the 44, so it's going to be 3rd down and about 4.
I think that's Malik Brown getting to the point of contact again, as he had blown past the line of scrimmage and then came back, and Brylan Jordan combined to make the tackle. But that was a good run by Mack, as he was able to get up into the second level of the Wildcat defense to set up 3rd and short.
Malik Brown's a player, isn't
he? He's given a lot of good quality tape out this year, as he's put on a lot of great snaps on this football season.
Sometimes we forget, too, he's just a sophomore. 3rd down and about 3.5, 4 yards. Rice in the pocket. Rice throws. Caught. What a nice catch. Good grief. We had people there.
Yeah, had Malik
Rice
Brown.
threw a bullet between bodies there.
Had Malik Brown and Brylan Jordan combining for the coverage right here as you look at the replay, but just fits it right in between them, and that's a great bullet throw from Rice as he's able to move the chains.
Reminds me a little bit of Brady. We remember when Brady would throw that almost a sidearm kind of pass. That was not a pass over his helmet or head, was it?
Yeah, it was almost like a shortstop turning two. He was more of a quick kind of wrist action than it is a full-on throw.
Greatest shortstop of all time, Derek Jeter. 434, speculation I guess you could say on that, 44-yard line. Rice. Here's the sweep here to the receiver. Now going back the other way. Now cutting back at the left hash. And that's Gainey carrying it. Gainey's a weapon, isn't he?
Yeah, they utilize him in a lot of different ways. He's been able to catch the ball running routes, but they also want to get him the football where he's got a chance to make people miss, and did a good job cutting the ball back upfield when he made the cutback and got some positive yards.
Leading tackle of this Cat team, Lewis made the stop. Moore Lewis has been in the string of great linebackers. I've been here 15 years, and it's one right after another one. I mean, you could go back. It sounds like a who's who in linebackers.
Yeah, he's
He's
going to be sorely missed, no doubt about it.
We have Travis Shaw, the defensive line, the sophomore, down. Hope he's all right. Caden out there to attend to him. While he does that, we'll step out for a break. 16-0. Cats trail here with 3:52, and the Blue Raiders are marching again. Back after this.
Hey folks, Real McCoy here along with a little buddy Gizmo. Just like to thank all of our customers for letting us take care of their air conditioning and plumbing needs this summer. Gizmo sure is glad the dog days of summer are over. Now it's time to get those heating units ready for that cold weather coming. See, we're a hometown company celebrating 45 years in business in Jackson. So give us a call and check in online so we can get you on schedule. When you think of heating and air conditioning, think of the Real McCoy. We'll take care of you.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium. Our score here between the Lindsey Wilson and Blue Raiders and Bethel Wildcats is 16-0 in favor of the Blue Raiders, as our head trainers Jason Esri and Caden Riccardi, I believe that's
Riccardi, yes.
Yeah, assist getting Travis Shaw up, the sophomore from Memphis, Tennessee, the defensive lineman. Fell down after that last play. And the Blue Raiders will have 2nd down and 4 with 3:52 to go here in this first half, as they've been marching once again on this Wildcat defense, not by the lack of effort by the Wildcat defense, but mainly just good quality offensive play calling by former Bethel offensive coordinator Jay Bright over there on the far side of the field.
Rice with Mack and the pistol behind him. Now moves him to his right. Gives it to Mack. Mack has a hole. Mack is going to have the first down as he plunges his way and powers his way down to about the 32. You folks can't see it on your screen. Here's a replay of that, just power football. But the folks across the way on the grassy knoll, we mentioned it seems like there's been more people over there every game this year than ever. Free football.
No, you can't turn it down. Can't beat it with the stick, especially on a nice, wonderful 75-degree afternoon that we have here in November. Not often you get 75 degrees in November.
They moved the ball back, first down.
Moved it back to the 32, didn't they?
Yeah, sure did.
Still a first down, though, isn't it? Yep. 3:10, clock running. It all favors Lindsey Wilson the way the flow of the thing's going right now. They're marching. They'd love to take it in and score here near the end of the half. There's Mack open. We missed 2 or 3 tackles. It's inside the 20 down to about the 17-18. Not picking on Bethel's defense, which is played proud and loud most of the year, but that's just poor tackling. You'll see the replay here. Watch this.
Yeah, they fought hard all season long, but
missed tackle.
Garner missed one, Brylan Jordan missed one, and then Tyson Hornbuckle basically hopped on like it was riding Mack like a backpack there for the last 5 to 6 yards.
And the ball is inside the 19, about the 18-yard line.
They've done a great job containing Saunders, and ever since Saunders has gone out, Mack has just kind of been able to have his way with it as he's got some good patience.
We'll tell you at halftime, snaps. That's one big thing you always look at is snaps, and the snap right now favors Lindsey Wilson. They've had more snaps. Saying all that to say Bethel's D-line has got to be a little tired right now. Rice throws a sidearm out there. That's got to be Gainey. Gainey, great tackle. Gainey gets down to about the 16, but what an outstanding tackle by one Detarius Douglas, the freshman.
That was a good job by Douglas as he was able to get to the legs and keep him from being able to break out of the tackle. And it looks like we've hit the 2-minute warning. So I guess we'll have to wait and see if the Wildcats are able to stifle this offensive attack of the Blue Raiders, try and keep this a 2-score game as it is 16-0. Dave, you want to take a quick break?
Quick break on Worthy Road Studios in the BallGame Blitz. Don't go anywhere. Let's see what this score at halftime is going to be. Lindsey trying to up their lead. Stay with us.
At FMY Orthodontics, we believe a beautiful, healthy smile is the key to boosting confidence and enhancing quality of life. Our team of highly skilled and compassionate orthodontic professionals is dedicated to providing personalized care in a welcoming, state-of-the-art environment. Whether you're looking for traditional braces, clear aligners, or other orthodontic solutions, we offer a variety of options to meet your needs. Our goal is to provide the most effective and efficient orthodontic treatment for every patient.
Walter Butler Stadium. Shante tells me her lovely mom's watching. Her sister Shatara is senior day up at UT Martin. And the Skyhawks have had a good year. They played well. Shalana's been flying all over the country. She's been getting those mileage. Well, obviously, if you're a Lindsey Wilson fan, you want them to score it up this 16-0 lead. If you're a Bethel fan, I wouldn't say just stay literally in the game, but you really need to snuff this thing and at least hold them to a field goal attempt, wouldn't you think, Trevor?
Yeah, most likely, most definitely. And the unfortunate thing is time is not going to be on your side. Granted, you get the football back to start the second half, but you would really like to see if you could maybe get a quick score in, even if it's just a field goal attempt or something.
Second down and 8. Mack hitting the backfield. Mack breaks a tackle. Another tackle. He's in the end zone. He's going to score.
Wow.
Well, Darrell Miller tried to stop him, but too late, and that's just 2 missed tackles. You'll see the replay, taking nothing away from Mack and their offensive line, but that's just poor tackling.
Yeah, Mack does a good job making a big stop right there from his attack on the left side just to hit the cutback lane, which was wide open, and just fought through the arm tackles and was able to get in for 6, pushing this lead out to now 22 and potentially 23 pending the extra point try.
Burns has only missed 3 all year. Snap back, ball down, and the kick is up. We're going to watch this one thoroughly. We missed one a moment ago, and it's there. 23-0. Lindsey Wilson leads this game. Mack on the 8-yard carry, that coming at the 152 mark. Well, Cats have some time, but boy, they really need to score to stay in this game. It's 23-0. Lindsey Wilson. This is Bethel football.
Have you ever thought about real estate investments or purchasing a home? Are you tired of dealing with the headaches of managing your real estate portfolio? Cornerstone Realty has you covered. We can advise you on anything real estate related. Your property, our priority. Cornerstone Realty and Property Management.
Whether you're a designer, homeowner, builder, commercial, residential, we're here to help make ideas come to reality. Builder finished products, 10 United Drive in Jackson. Come see us.
Welcome back here to Walter Brothers Stadium as the kick is away for the Blue Raiders, and it'll be down in the end zone as they lead this ball game 23-0. Diamond, what in God's green earth have you seen over the years worth of football where you've seen a team play so well but just continually have their own self-inflicted errors be the reason as to why they're down by 3 scores?
Well, being around as long as I have, I've seen a little bit of everything. You almost feel like the game is closer than 23-0, don't you?
Yeah, the Wildcats have played really well today, and it's unfortunate that, 2 pass interference penalties on 3rd down and a couple of miscues on special teams have really been kind of the difference. But now the Wildcats will have a minute 52 trying to go 75 yards to see if they can get some points on the board before halftime. Chance will be in shotgun with running back on his left hip. They'll take the snap and give away to Kirk as he runs right up the middle, is met immediately and only gained for a short gain of maybe 1 or 2.
Well, the Wildcats down right now, 23-0, a minute 40, and really not a sense of urgency right now either.
Yeah, that clock is just running, and I'm not sure if they're not wanting to just go ahead and get to halftime and just maybe try and run this clock out and not be down by any more.
Pick up 2, 2nd down and 8 from the 27. Play clock down to 16, down to 15, and no snap yet. A minute 20. Maybe we're trying to lull them to sleep here and go up top and get a big one. Let's wait and see. Glass half full or glass half empty? Take your pick. Here's Chance dropping. Chance throwing. Chance a fluttering ball. That might have been tipped in the backfield. We'll watch the replay to see if that was tipped. No tip.
On this replay, yeah, no, that ball came out. I think it's just wide receiver and quarterback not being on the same page. As that was Pressey and Bunch that are down on the near side of the field. Both of them look like they ran the same route, and Chance was expecting one of them to cut their route off short. That'll leave 65 seconds left here in this first half, and Wildcats here in a spot where if they don't move the chains, they leave time for Lindsey Wilson to be able to try and score again before halftime.
It's a minute 5. They're going to run it this time. Kirk's going to run it. And that's quarterback keeper, Chance did not get the first down. He moves up to about the 32-33, and they'll have to punt the ball, they being Bethel. And it's 58 seconds. And, yeah, you're punting into a win on top of all that.
Now the Blue Raiders will take a timeout. So 58 seconds, and I'm not sure how many timeouts they have left. I think they only have the one. One timeout, you can do a lot of damage, especially with punting into the wind. They'll probably be looking at getting the ball around the 30 in a good scenario for a Wildcat punt here. So that can definitely give them plenty of field position and time to be able to move this ball effectively, especially considering how well Rice has thrown the ball down the field. He's already got 2 touchdowns today and has thrown, I would say he's probably got around 200 yards passing so far this afternoon. And not to mention Mack, the running back that has spilled Saunders since he went out with injury, has been pretty electric himself as he's been able to stifle this Wildcat defense and has gotten probably up around 50 yards on the ground so far by his own self today.
Yeah, he's been more than just serviceable, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been electric.
I'm tending to some soccer duties here, being the AD and SID, which will just be down the road. Changing, I think. 58 seconds, and Miller needs a big punt here. Miller, low snap, but he gets it out of there. And a wobbly kick that will die and then take a Lindsey Wilson bounce, and they're going to have great field position. They being Lindsey Wilson. The ball, they'll be at their own 46 with 52 seconds, and with Rice back there, that's plenty of time for them.
Yeah, that unfortunately Miller punting it back into the wind was not going to have much success being able to get one deep, but it definitely doesn't seem like he got good connection on that one.
I think the wind caught that one too, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I would think so. So now the Wildcat defense, who's probably been out on the field, I'd say 3 times as more as their offense today, just as far as total amount of plays that they've been out there. Will now have to try and see if they can stifle this Blue Raider offense once more with 52 seconds left with 1 timeout.
I'm giving the soccer officials when we think we might play, but nothing will be confirmed until Monday. Rice play fake to Mack. Rice in the pocket, plenty of time. Rice unfurls. Rice will throw it down there, and that ball is incomplete. Great coverage by the Cats. They had Douglas down there along with helping him out was Miller. Well, they go for the home run. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that might be the first inaccurate ball that Rice has thrown today, and he actually put too much on this one because the balls that he's had success on are the ones that are just slightly underthrown. Almost call it a Joe Flacco level touch pass.
Speaking of home runs, how about my man, Aaron Judge, third time. I hear my stat guys saying, here we go. We do make a lot of references to Kentucky and the Yankees. I mean, they are the cream of the crop. And Aaron Judge, MVP, second year in a row, third time he's won that. Ohtani won it on the National League side. No surprise there. Here's a pass. Oh, my. Almost an INT. Boy, that time Rice would have probably liked to have that one back. That was Brandon Hall almost come up with a pick.
Yeah, and Darian Lewis was right there as well, trying to throw it into double coverage. And, credit to him for taking the chance, as he and Gainey have definitely been able to be a cat's meow as far as quarterback connections with their wide receivers. But that one was just forcing it into a real tight window. Cats are fortunate that one fell incomplete, although would have liked it to have been intercepted for their own personal desires too.
Rice, one of the better quarterbacks I think we've seen this year. He's pretty smooth back there, smooth operator. Third down and 10. Draw play to Mack. Mack, midfield, and almost broke the tackle, but hanging on for dear life. The Cats come up with it, and that's Lewis making the stop and save the first down, and they'll have to punt it fourth and about 5. I would assume they'll punt the ball.
Well, considering where the Wildcats are on the field, they no sense in taking a timeout. They may want to
they're going to let this thing run down, the clock run down, and go for a home run or try to keep it alive, I would think, down to 12, down to 11, down to 10. Looking back, play clock at 17, game clock at 8, down to 7. And they're going to go for the home run, I would think, down to 4, down to 3, down to 2, and they'll snap it right at 2 seconds. And Rice, last play of the half, barring a penalty. Here's the pass, unfurled down there. That ball is going to be – is it intercepted? Yes. It's intercepted. No, it's incomplete. I thought maybe Merton had it, but the half ends as the Cats trail 23-0. We'll be back. Stats, analysis. Trevor will give you his thoughts about the half, predict what he thinks might happen in the second half. We're going to talk to a good buddy of ours, Willis Pooler, the athletic director at Lindsey Wilson. We'll talk to Willis when we come back. This is Bethel football. Lindsey Wilson leads at 23-0. And, yes, an update on that Campbellsville and Georgetown game. All of that coming up next. Stay with us.
At Dynamics Physical Therapy, we help our clients get back to doing what they love. Dynamics is now serving communities throughout West Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Cody Fitz with Fitscapes. Our business's focus is on building your dream yard at your dream home. When designing our backyards, we always like to start with our pool and patio areas first, then we complement that with the landscaping, and we finish with the lawn for all of the outdoor entertaining needs. After installation is complete, we provide annual maintenance for all of your lawn care and landscaping needs. Fitscapes, let's build something beautiful.
The weather's getting colder, but the deals are getting hot at Chuck Hutton Nissan in Jackson. 2025 Pathfinder 0% for 60 months or $5,000 customer cash. 2025 Frontier, $4,000 customer cash. 2026 Road Platinum, 0% for 60 months or $2,500 customer cash. It's the end of the year and the savings are now at Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. ChuckHuttonNissan.com.
Turn to the experts. Since 1955, Garrett Plumbing and Heating has been the leader in plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation for West Tennessee. A proud supporter of USJ Bruin Athletics, we are your local Carrier Factory authorized dealer. Call Garrett Plumbing and Heating 668-3339 for all of your plumbing, heating, and air needs.
in sports information.
And welcome back. No, we're still there. Welcome back, everybody. Walter Butler Stadium on a beautiful day for football. 75 degrees, wind a little brisk, moving from behind us to our left, and been a factor in the game. We've seen a field goal by Bethel go awry. I thought the wind caught it, and a couple of punts as well down to our left. We are joined by a great friend of ours, Willis Pooler, the athletic director at Lindsey Wilson. He is a guy that I've really learned to even know more in the last several years. Of course, I've known Willis and Chris Wells and all the gang at Lindsey. I was bragging, Willis, before you got here, I was bragging on how you guys have your game administration at every event, but always so proud and so glad to go to Lindsey Wilson. I know that when you pull up there, there's a certain parking lot, media we pull in, and people come out and kids come out and get our radio bags and our streaming stuff and those kind of things, but you guys do it and do it right. Good to have you at Bethel today, and you're looking good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on the air. Yeah, I appreciate those kind comments, and as you know, nothing really good happens unless you got good support. And we have great support. We have great people that work for us. And our director of facilities, Mike Talley, who's in charge of our game ops, does a great job with football. So, yeah, I appreciate those kind of comments.
Every school, whether they be NCAA Division I, II, or NAI, I don't care what it is, you need a good game operator today, don't you?
You do. It is so vital, and Mike's been our guy since day one with our football team. We started in 2010, and he runs our game ops and through for all of our sports really. So we've got good. Not just Mike, but the other people that help us out with
all of us, Willis, are challenged though by Ron Pavin at Cumberland. I think Ron does everything but sell popcorn. He does everything up there, but he does a great job. We have some great game ops. We have some great SIDs and some great ADs in this conference, don't we?
Yeah, I think we do. And Ron, I mean, he's the Grand Poobah of the Mid-South, to be honest. A lot of times we lean on Ron for his wisdom, and
sure.
He's and it's a great room. We get in those. You've been in those rooms with the ADs, and we've got a lot of successful people. I think we get along really well. We look out for the conference first, even when it's not in a school's particular best interest. Sometimes you got to put conference first.
I was going to bring that up. One thing I've been impressed with, and of course I knew this, I think from afar, being a longtime SID at Lambeth and now here at Bethel, 33 plus years. That doesn't mean anything other than I'm just getting older. But I've always known that the athletic directors, and really even more known now to me in my psyche in the last year, is that it doesn't matter if we agree or disagree. We always come to a conclusion what's best for the student athletes.
I think you're 100% right. Everybody's going to have their feelings about certain things, and a lot of times it's unanimous in terms of how we feel about something. But I think it's always done out of respect. We do. Our focus is always on what's going to be best for our student athletes. So, when that's the driving force behind decision making, you can't really go wrong, can you?
No, you sure can't. You've got a great one in Chris Wells. I know he's doing double duties. I can relate to that a little bit, but he's doing double duties as a commissioner and then still at Lindsey. But he is one of the jewels that you'll now ever meet.
Yeah, Chris, gosh, he is. He's been with me the whole time that I've been AD. I've been in this position since my 23rd year, and to have somebody with Chris's talent, work ethic, passion for Lindsey Wilson, our sports program, and our student athletes is just Chris is serving in that interim role, and he's going to transition into the permanent full-time role in the summer coming up. So it's going to leave a big void in our athletic department, but Chris will be around. I'll still lean on him and poke him every now and then. He's probably got more knowledge about Lindsey Wilson athletics than anybody on the planet. So
he's got two good ones in Anthony and Joel too.
He does. Sports information. It's just sometimes a thankless job. You get how many hours you guys put in, and the stories you write, and you're at every game. And I can tell you, athletics just would not go without all the hard work and dedication that the sports information professionals have. And that's thank you for all of your work in that area. I mean, you know firsthand. And I try and get to a lot of the games, and they're at every. I do get to a lot of games, so they're at everything. So their dedication and commitment to our student athletes love our sports information
Sure.
people too, and
Yeah.
it's because they're there and they're always trying to lift up student athletes. And
I think one of the
promote what
joys still I have, even as an old man, when I walk through the campus, hey, little Mr. Dave, hey, Mr. Dave, thanks for doing this, or thank you, Hubble, here's that too. And of course, Hubble is, a couple of years ago, the tennis coach of the year, and I kid people because he and Shante, my two right-hand folks, they started with me 15 years ago as student assistants. Little did they know, and little did I know, they'd be full-time assistants with me too.
Yeah, that's great, and I'm sure you gave them some of that training on the coaching.
Well, a
part
little
to
bit. Of course, they
prop
train me.
them up.
They train me sometimes too. Now,
So-
if you look at stats, Hubble does a great job. I couldn't keep stats if you put a gun to my head. But hey, let's talk about the league a little bit. It's still a good, solid league. I've always said, if you look at the competition, we're the SEC of the NAI. I know I'm prejudiced, but I feel that way.
100% agree with that, and and you know this, we sometimes have a hard time getting members to join just because of how competitive our league is. And you look at congratulations to you all at Bethel, #1 seed in men's soccer.
Yes,
and you guys have a fantastic team. We've got 4 of our 7 teams have qualified for nationals on the men's soccer side, 4 of 7 on the women's soccer side. We've got an undefeated and top 10 ranked volleyball program. We've got at the University of Cumberland's a top 5 ranked team in cross country. So I mean, just across the board, I don't know that there's a sport out there where we're not represented, and not to mention football. I mean, we're just talking. We got two top 10 teams in football and Georgetown.
Georgetown's beating Campbellsville right now too.
Yeah, I saw that, and so they're trying to get in that large bid. To have, if we end up with 3 teams in the national tournament in football, it's just a credit to. I just think that. And that is something I learned when I got in the conference. When we got in, we weren't where we are today. But high tides raise all ships, and we saw that what was needed to happen to be competitive. And if you're competitive in your league, that means you're competitive on the national level if you're in the Mid-South Conference.
One thing I've always been so impressed with Lindsey Wilson is just how you guys do things. But you look at this football program. This is relatively, compared to a lot of people in the country, a relatively new football program.
Yeah.
But you got out of the gate running, and you kept running the entire time.
Yeah, 2010 start, and to win that national championship in the 2020 season, actually spring 21 because of COVID. I mean, what a fantastic accomplishment that was. And you got to hire the right person, and I think that's one thing at Lindsey Wilson I think we do really well is we've got a president that believes strongly in competitive intercollegiate athletics and what it provides for the student experience and how it elevates the entire institution. Right. And so when the support's there and you combine that with getting a good coach like Chris Oliver, that was it was just something that built over time, and what an awesome accomplishment that was. And Coach Kleckler, who's our head coach, he was the defensive coordinator when we won the national championship, and Coach Kleckler has maintained the high level of excellence for our football program, and our program really took a step forward when Coach Kleckler came on our defensive staff. So, yeah, we've been blessed with great leadership in our football program, and that makes all the difference.
No doubt about it. I remember my first trip. I guess my first trip to Lindsey Wilson was a basketball trip when the Lady Eagles and Eagles played the Lady Raiders and Blue Raiders, and Paul Peck. I remember back all the way
Coach
back.
Peck.
I'm getting older. Paul was there,
Yeah, Coach Peck, he's Hall of Fame coach, he's Hall of Famer in Lindsey Wilson, in our Lindsey Wilson Hall of Fame, and just did such a steady job for us for over 20 years, and Coach Peck had some great teams.
Sure did.
We were Final Four, one team under him several times in the Elite Eight, and so. Coach Starks is leading our program right now. He's a longtime assistant for Coach Peck. So, we hope that at some point where our team is competitive on the national scene again. You guys have a great women's basketball program.
Number 2 in the country right now.
Yeah, so
Chris has done a great job.
Fantastic. You guys have some great programs here.
And you guys
Not
as well.
Not just Lindsey Wilson.
And I go back to John B.
John B.
One of the great coaches, one of the great characters. Of course, Hubble knows this. And they ride me a little bit because I'll make references. I mean, you had a young man earlier today, and I said he's from Manchester, the home of Richie Farmer. He hates it when I work all that Kentucky stuff in. But, you know, the trips to Columbia, the trips to Georgetown, the trips to over in Williamsburg, and up in Campbellsville, always my favorite trips because I always scout all the Kentucky memorabilia out of all those places.
Yeah, well, especially if you're talking basketball.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, no doubt about it.
And you just mentioned John B. He's actually in his coaching for Lindsey Wilson. This is the 5th different decade that he's coached.
That's amazing.
In the East.
That's amazing, yeah.
Became our head coach in the 80s.
Still looks great. Still doing a great job.
Yeah, he does. And he's got a fantastic team. This year he's got them ranked in the top 25. And you know how good women's basketball is in the Mid-South.
No doubt about it.
A great team that you all have.
No doubt about it.
Hopefully we can try. I mean, you're 5th place team in a 7-team league in the Mid-South, and you're a top 25 team.
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, and we can't really divulge. You and I can't divulge, and we wouldn't anyway. But we can't divulge all the things behind the scenes. But there's a lot of activity too in the league growing, and a lot of work going on behind, talking to ADs and presidents around the country, not just in the area but around the country, to make our league even stronger. And I take my hats off to Chris and the entire group and all of you guys, you seasoned veterans. I was just a rookie for a year with you guys, but certainly a lot of activity going on. I think people would be excited if we could tell them right now.
Well, I think so. And I mean, that's one thing that I've already said about our conference is who you associate with matters.
Sure.
And, you know, being a member of, and people are looking at that, as you mentioned, and again, when you associate with schools on our level, that's just going to prop your whole university
No
up.
doubt about it.
And so,
well,
yeah,
Willis,
I'm hoping that some good fortune comes our way.
No, good luck to you guys too in the postseason with all your teams.
Yeah, I
mean,
appreciate that. And
yep.
Thanks for having me up today.
Oh, my
Appreciate all
pleasure.
your hospitality
My
today.
pleasure.
You spoke
Yeah.
about our hospitality, and you took good care of me today. I had a parking spot waiting for me with a cone and some VIP passes.
At least we can do. At least we can keep the passes a little memento. I like to keep all my passes. If you go to my desk now, you'd find Lindsey Wilson paraphernalia in there and all the different teams around the league and around the nation as well. Always good to see you.
We appreciate you and all you've done here at Bethel and continue to do. And
I'm getting a little long in the tooth. I don't know how much longer, but we'll stick it out. And see
we've got a lot of respect for you. And
I
appreciate everything you do.
The feeling is mutual, sir. I really mean that.
All right,
Love you guys.
Thanks, Dave.
Willis Pooler, the AD, Athletic Director of Athletics at Lindsey Wilson. We'll take a 2-minute break. Back, the Cats trail 23-0. Can they be the comeback Cats? Tough opponent, Lindsey Wilson. Come back right after this and stay with us on the Bethel Football Network.
Thanks.
Lindsey Wilson Stadium as we're enjoying the Bethel University Regiment Band. Going over some halftime stats, of course, the score is Lindsey Wilson 23, Bethel 0. The first downs favored Lindsey Wilson 15-6. Passing yards favored Lindsey Wilson 102-37. Rushing yards also favor Lindsey Wilson 122-80. A couple other important stats of note. Penalties, Lindsey Wilson has only been called once for one false start, for one penalty for 5 yards, whereas the Wildcats have been penalized 4 times, totaling up 50 yards. The time of possession battle also won by Lindsey Wilson as they controlled the football for almost 20 minutes, 19 minutes and 37 seconds, in comparison to the Wildcats holding the ball for 10 minutes and 23 seconds. Third down efficiency, another big point of contention. Lindsey Wilson has continued their drives 50% of the time as they are 4 of 8 on third down, whereas the Wildcats are 0 of 5 on third down. Couple individual stats. Tate Rice leading the way for the Blue Raiders as he is 7 of 16 for 102 yards with 2 touchdown passes. One to Max Gainey, who has 6 catches for 92 yards and a score, and Kaya Sherrard, who has the one touchdown catch from 10 yards out. Rushing stats for Lindsey Wilson, Tay Saunders, who had carried the ball 15 times for 54 yards, got injured midway through that second quarter, but he was replaced by Stephen Mack, who has touched the ball 9 times for 68 yards and has recorded a touchdown. For the Wildcats, Dustin Chance is 3 of 8 for 37 yards through the air. Rushing attack, Ryan Kirk leads away with 8 attempts and 51 yards. Does have a fumble so far this afternoon. Dustin Chance also has 4 rushes for 13 yards, and Jordan Kaysen has 5 rushes for 16 yards. Ray Harvey, the only Wildcat in the receiving category, as he has hauled in all 3 of Chance's completions for the total of 37 yards, and the fumble, of course, getting credited to Ryan Kirk. Some other important stats of note: Wildcats have a couple defenders that have really made some impressions on the stat sheet. Number 10, Brylan Jordan, has 3 solo tackles and assisted for another to make 4 total. Darian Lewis has 2 solo tackles and 2 assisted for 4 total tackles. And Brenton Hall has also collected 1 solo tackle and an assist for 2 total tackles, and has also forced a fumble. We've got 5 minutes and some change to go back as you see the Mid-South Conference soccer team being honored here at Bethel University Wildcat Field at Walter Butler Stadium. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll be right back with some highlights before the start of the second half action. This is the BallGame Blitz on Worthy Road Studios here at Walter Butler Stadium in McKenzie, Tennessee.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey folks, Real McCoy here along with a little buddy Gizmo. Just like to thank all of our customers for letting us take care of their air conditioning and plumbing needs this summer. Gizmo sure is glad the dog days of summer are over. Now it's time to get those heating units ready for that cold weather coming. See, we're a hometown company celebrating 45 years in business in Jackson. So give us a call and check in online so we can get you on schedule. When you think of heating and air conditioning, think of the Real McCoy. We'll take care of you.
Let me tell you about the American Dream. In 1974, I had $425 to my name. I bought 21 carpet remnants, rented an old lumber shed, and opened Deaton's Rug Barn on East College. I worked long hours with hope of taking care of my family. I'm so thankful to Jesus who changed my life. He gave me a dream. So in 1985, we opened Deaton's Carpet One on the 45 bypass with a commitment to customer satisfaction. My friends, don't give up on your dream, because your dream can come true.
Whether you're a designer, homeowner, builder, commercial, residential, we're here to help make ideas come to reality. Builder finished products, 10 United Drive in Jackson. Come see us.
The weather's getting colder, but the deals are getting hot at Chuck Hutton Nissan in Jackson. 2025 Pathfinder 0% for 60 months or $5,000 customer cash. 2025 Frontier, $4,000 customer cash. 2026 Road Platinum, 0% for 60 months or $2,500 customer cash. It's the end of the year and the savings are now at Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. ChuckHuttonNissan.com.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium here in McKenzie, Tennessee. The Blue Raiders lead the Wildcats by a score of 23-0 as our Worthy Road Studios partner Chris Farises will pull up the highlights from the first half. Unfortunately, all mostly favoring the Blue Raiders. First highlight with 10:29 left to go in the first quarter. Tate Rice looking to his left, firing over the middle, and fires a completed touchdown to Max Gainey, one of his 6 catches so far in the first half, as he has been a frequent commodity for the Blue Raiders. The second highlight is the first Bethel miscue, especially on special teams, as a short kickoff led to no Wildcat receiver or player getting close to the football and the Blue Raiders falling on it to give them a short field, which leads to the next highlight, which happened at the 8:51 mark, which is another Tate Rice passing touchdown. This one hitting Sherrard from 10 yards out. It was his only catch, but he made sure to stretch it across the pylon to be able to make sure that he was into the end zone, and that gave the Lindsey Wilson Blue Raiders a 13-0 lead early in the first quarter. Of this ball game, Wildcats tried to put some offensive effort in as they were in the red zone. Ryan Kirk was given the football from Dustin Chase, was continuing to fight hard here as he was really trying to get into the end zone, but unfortunately ball got peanut punched out and the Blue Raiders were able to pick it up and stifle the offensive drive there for the Wildcats to keep the lead at 13-0 and took over from inside the 5. The next play, the Wildcats were trying to do anything they could to get back into this football game. This is actually the play where Tay Saunders was injured and has not returned since, as that hit right there as he got bent over backwards. The ball was poked away and recovered by Darian Lewis. That's probably the best and only highlight the Wildcats had this afternoon. Wildcats were able to recover. Lindsey Wilson extended their lead with 8:18 left to go in the second quarter with a 33-yard field goal, courtesy of Jaden Burns, 33 yards out. And then the last highlight we have is the Lindsey Wilson rushing touchdown, which happened at 1:52 in the second quarter, as Stephen Mack, rushing off to the left side, hits a cutback lane, runs right through a tackle, and then takes Darrell Miller with a backpack into the end zone for 6. Extra point was then good, and that is where the Wildcats and Blue Raiders stand, as it is a 23-0 ball game in favor of Lindsey Wilson. Should Lindsey Wilson hang on to this ball game, they will push themselves to, I believe, 5-1 in the conference. Should the scores hold, and that can be a significant margin, as with 8:23 left to go in the fourth quarter, the Georgetown Tigers are leading Campbellsville, number 10th ranked Campbellsville, 34-19. And should that result hold, Lindsey Wilson will be the Mid-South Conference outright champions, whereas if the Wildcats were to string together some points and try to come back in this football game, we may be in a spot where we have 4 teams tied atop of the leaderboard at 4-2 in the Mid-South Conference. Jaden Burns will be the man teeing the ball up. The Wildcats will have possession going into the wind, as the wind is pushing from the right to left side, courtesy on your screen. Jaden Pressey and Micah Jones back deep to return for the Wildcats. Wildcats really would like to put together a good offensive drive to try and get some momentum back in this football game, and that's going to be courtesy of Dustin Chance putting together some more connected offensive possessions, as he has not been able to find his receivers on third down, and that has unfortunately led to the Wildcats being 0-5 on third down so far today. Kick goes through the end zone, and the Wildcats will start with the football at the 25-yard line. All things considered, this freshman offensive line that we were discussing with Josiah Boga and I believe Dre Copeland have held up on their own for the most part, as I believe Lindsey Wilson only has 1 or 2 sacks so far today. Yes, 1 sack for Lindsey Wilson. So the offensive line has done their job. Unfortunately, just needs a little bit more help from their playmakers to be able to sustain some drives together. Chance will start in shotgun. Kirk looks to be the tailback on his right hip. Takes the snap, looking to his right, fires out quickly. Alonzo Rhodes, I believe, is the intended receiver, and he makes the catch. And that will be a gain of about 5, maybe 6 yards on the first down play, as I'm joined back with Dave McCulley.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Great job. Hand off Kirk again. Bethel's pretty well gone to the run attack with Kirk for the most part. Midway of the second, now up to this point in time, and it brings up third and about 3.
This is going to be a big play right here as the Wildcats 0-5 on third down conversions. Really would like to continue the offense, or really like to keep the offense out on the field here.
Well, third down and about 3. If I ever won the lottery, which I wouldn't because I don't gamble and play that, I'd put an elevator in this press box. It'd be my lasting legacy at Bethel University.
Yeah, I think many people would be grateful for that too.
Those steps are tough, aren't they?
They are.
Down. They're narrow too. Third down and 3. Chance play fakes. Oh, the middle incomplete. Overled Harvey a little bit. Would have been a nice catch by Harvey. He would tell you he should have caught it, but the ball was thrown down near his knees, and that's why he couldn't come up with it. 4th and 3, and the punting unit will have to come out. So Bethel's chance to maybe crawl back in it early goes awry here, and they'll have to punt the football.
That's the exact opposite of what you wanted to see happen there from the start of the football game, or the start of the second half, rather, as the Wildcats really desperately needed to put together an offensive drive to see if they could get some points and change the momentum of this football game. Now it's just going to go back into hard work for the defense.
Here's Miller punting in that win again, and it's going to be a fair catch call for it by Max Gainey. Louisville Male won a big ball game last night, I understand, up there. And it's going to be 23-0, 13-48. They've had a history of Male high school in Louisville, and they've been a powerhouse forever. So it's going to be 1st and 10 for the young men from Columbia, Kentucky. Nice little village there as you make your way up in the middle part of the state. Football stadium is just off the I wouldn't say expressway, off the Bluegrass Parkway. I've driven it 1,000 times. I don't know why I couldn't come up with it. Our tennis coach and our assistant, Derek Hubble, knows exactly what I'm talking about. You see the stadium from the parkway. Hand off to Mac. I saw Mac's family downstairs when I was down there a moment ago. I wanted to ask him how he was, but I thought, well, I need to wait and get that official word from the trainers or from the staff across the way. I know Willis had a great interview with Willis Pooler, the AD, and we brought it up, but he didn't have any knowledge of the extent of the injury as well. But he went out after he fumbled, and he's not come back in. That's midway the second quarter, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was. And when you saw the highlight package right before the start of the second half, he got bent up pretty good as he was being hit from behind and then got leveled up in the upper body going backwards. So kind of bent him up a little awkward. So hopefully he's okay, and it's not nothing too serious for his sake.
Leading 23-0, and the play clock down to 5 seconds. Lindsey Wilson not really in a big hurry to snap this ball. Now they do. Rice throws, Rice incomplete. Threw that one behind. That's not a well-thrown ball. Thrown behind Gainey. And Gainey was sort of hung out to dry. Good defense by the Cats. Darrell Miller had him in his eyesight. It's going to bring up now 3rd and 6. It was on 38.
And Rice has been really good in them intermediate passes. Looked like he just put a little bit too much mustard on that one. And Gainey, being as quick as he is, was a little bit in front of the intended area where Rice was trying to hit. Now the Cats need to try and see if they can get off the field, as they've only held Lindsey Wilson to getting off the field 4 out of 8 times. So this is going to be a crucial play to see if the Cats can get the ball back.
And we mentioned Lindsey coming in 45% on third down conversions. Trips here to the near side. The lower part of your screen, they go to Mack on the draw play, and he's not going to get the first down. He'll move his way to about the 40, and Lindsey Wilson will have to punt the ball. So 2 up, 2 down. Bethel can't convert, and now Lindsey can't convert. And they'll have to punt it. Out to punt this football will be Swindler averaging 37.6. Oddity coming in the game. Both punters, Miller and, again, Swindler, both averaging 37.6. What's the odds of that probably happening in the game? Remember last week we had a crazy stat like that.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, and that's one of those things where if you do hear it, you almost want to go play the lottery, test your luck.
Yeah, both quarterbacks came in last week with the same amount of passing yardage. And now what a nice defensive play. Great special teams play, I should say, by Leitner as he upends the returner. And Bethel will have it at their own 15, 1st and 10, with 12-14 in the third. Last game of the season for football. Soccer, they were recognized, as you saw on your screen, at halftime. They'll play here a week from today at noon against the winner of the Rocky Mountain Union Commonwealth game. We'll have the game for you, streaming that one. Derek Hubble and Shante will pull out their magic. It's going to be 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. Already folks asking us when the games are going to be played. The officials, Mr. Reese in the game, we sent him tentative information a moment ago. 12-14 as they'll crank up the clock on the snap. Handoff, Kaysen this time. Kaysen trying to get far side left and get some positive yards as he scoots his way across the 20. And we'll be up at about the 22, I think is where they're going to mark it.
That was a good run by Kaysen. Realized the whole interior holes were plugged up, so bounced it outside and used his speed and quickness to be able to get out. Ran out of bounds right up just short of the 20-yard line. Thought he got a lot more.
Yeah, I did too. That's not a great spot, but he may have. Of course, they had a better look at it than we did. He's right on that far sideline. 19-yard line, 2nd and about 7. Chance throws, and Harvey dropped it. Harvey wanted to turn upfield. He had single coverage. I think he knew that. He wanted to turn upfield, but he missed the football. Third down.
And Harvey's the only guy that's been able to connect with Chance so far today, and that one I think is more on Harvey than it is on Chance. He tried to bring that one into the body and was, I guess, trying to worry about where he was going with the football besides catching it, and unfortunately you need the football to, be able to advance the football moving forward. Now the Cats back in 3rd down.
Well, we've had some drops on both sides, haven't we? 3rd down and 6. The ball at his own 19-yard line. Chance claps those hands 2 or 3 times. Drops in the pocket, pressure coming at him, and he's going to be evading that pressure, now evading it again, and he's going to be now trying to throw it, and does throw it, and it's almost intercepted. Try to make something happen. You really admire him for that, but really probably got fortunate that ball wasn't picked off. He was under duress. Watch this. They had the bull rush on him, didn't they?
Yeah, Blue Raiders did a nice stunt with number 19, Ronald Carr, being able to come back around on the inside to be able to force Chance out of the pocket. Chance did a good job staying on his feet, but unfortunately, once he kind of found himself in that little corner between the end zone and the sideline, there was no real place for him to go. Credit to him to try and find Bunch on the crosser, but just wasn't able to come up with it, and the Cats will have to punt it away again.
Chance is a competitor. He never gives up. I admire that about him. He stumbled and somehow kept his balance, too. I'm not sure how he did that. I couldn't have done that. Here's Miller. High punt. Not a long one, but a high one, and it sails into the Lindsey Wilson bench. And we've got players on the sideline over there, a little fracas going on over there. Well, let's hope cooler heads prevail. 23-0 your score, and Lindsey Wilson's going to have great field position. They'll be in Bethel territory at about the 49-yard line. Good job by the coaching staff over there. They said, hey, guys, we're up 23-0. Don't do anything crazy here. And Bethel, good job, too, them getting off the field here. So it's going to be 1st and 10, 11:35. They actually marked the ball at the 45-yard line of Bethel.
Wow. I mean, granted, I know that you get a little bit with where the ball goes out of bounds, and sometimes it's almost like a matter of where the referee assumes the ball was going out, but
sure,
it looked like it hit right on the chalk line of that 48-yard line. So I'm a little bit surprised at the 3 additional yards there for the Blue Raiders.
Lindsey Wilson's come west, and they may go back east, being conference champs. Hand off Mack. Mack able to grind his way inside the 40, scoots his way down to about the 38. And you can tell what their game plan is now. They'll put it up if they have to, but 23-0 you lead, 11-22. As long as they can move the ball with Mack like that in for Saunders, they'll take that 2nd down and 2.
No doubt. And Mack also, I mean, he was averaging 7.5 yards per carry from that first half, and that rush right there is basically what he's been doing per clip every time he gets a ball in his hand. So if they're going to keep hitting at that high percentage, they're just going to keep running this clock out, and they'll be heading back to school with Mid-South Conference champs on their belt, preparing any drastic changes in that Georgetown-Campbellsville game.
Horn buckle in, by the way, for Merton. Here's the pass over the middle. Rice is on target again, and it looks like a scrub as they just power him down to about the 20-yard line. 34-26 is tightened up. 4:11 left in the fourth quarter. Georgetown now holding an 8-point lead. Look like they might run away with it for a while, but credit Campbellsville, they're not going into the night silently, are they?
Yeah, they may have also seen that Lindsey Wilson was taking it to Bethel, so they knew that what was at stake, and they may be playing with a little bit different incentive and intention now and trying to make sure that they can come back and make it at least a conversation for who's going to be the Mid-South Conference champs rather than just letting Lindsey Wilson walk away with it.
The way Shantae Emerson's softball team plays with a little chip on their shoulders. Here's the handoff to Mack. Mack goes inside, nothing there. Darts outside and gets yards for about 3 or 4 yards.
Senior leader Darian Lewis in on that tackle. He's been about one of the few bright spots on this Wildcat defense outside of that forced fumble. That's probably his 5th or 6th tackle so far today. He's been everywhere, and he will be sorely missed after this senior campaign is over for him, as the Wildcats will be looking for a new leading voice on that defensive sideline.
Saunders went out of the game midway of the second injured. No status report on that yet, but he's an All-American and might be the player of the year on the offensive side in the NAI. But this Mack kid, he's not chopped liver. He's been more than serviceable, the junior from Hendersonville, Tennessee. 2nd and 6. Play fake to Mack over the middle, and it's caught. If he doesn't stumble, he's going to score, but Max Gainey has it inside the 5. 1st and goal for Lindsey Wilson.
Yeah, I believe that catch will probably also put Gainey over 100 yards receiving for the day. He and Rice have been hooked together, lock and step today, and for not him stumbling there, that would have been another touchdown catch for him on the day, and that would have been Rice's 3rd. But now they'll have the ball inside the 5-yard line at the 4, threatening to go up once more on the Wildcat defense.
Gainey came in with 534 yards entering the game, and yet Lindsey Wilson's smart here. They're just draining the clock, shortening the game, leading already, and threatening again. Mack moves to the left of Rice. Mack play fake. Rice throws in the end zone, incomplete. Boy, he threw that in traffic, didn't he? Watch this play.
Probably the best defensive play from Detarius Lewis, as he was able to fight right through the press rush from, I believe that was Adrian Bailey on the receiving end. He was able to get around to him and was able to knock the ball away in press coverage. So that was a good quality rep there for number 24 in purple and black.
We mentioned soccer team playing here next Saturday. How about Jeff Britt's Ball Club? They won it to Jim Reed Classic today. Chris Nelson's team, number 2 in the country, here Tuesday night against Fisk at 7 o'clock. I got to check that. That may be a 5:30 start. And off Mac, nothing there. Hub, will you check that? Is that a 5:30 game Tuesday at 7 o'clock? I think it's 5:30, isn't it? 5:30. Yeah, I like those early starts.
A great job by Malik Brown fighting to get around the pulling guard there to seal off that hole, and was able to take down Mack in the backfield. That'll set up third down and goal. Wildcats trying to keep another touchdown from getting on the board for the Blue Raiders.
Soccer stats coming up. Erin will probably be on that. She's done a great job with those this year. More than I could do, I can't tell you. And the Cats down here 23-0. 7:50 left here in this third stanza. If they score here, it might be curtains for Bethel. Some movement, that's going to be illegal motion. Illegal motion. Oh, no. Yeah, it is. Yes, that's proper call. Big number 99, as you see on your screen here in a moment, lumbering in the game. Darrell Howard, the freshman defensive lineman from Tanner, Alabama. He's a transfer from Miles, by the way. College, that is. Miles in Atlanta, is that right? I'll double check.
Let me.
Been around forever, but they all start running together when you get my age.
Right.
Thanks for agreeing. Third down and goal for the 12. In the end zone, it hit, and they caught it. No, incomplete. Boy, that pass up high to Gainey, he'll probably tell you he should have caught it. Incomplete, and they'll bring out the field goal unit.
One of the benefits of where the field design and field layout is here at Bethel University is that ball was delivered right in line with where the sun is coming down here as the sun sets in this afternoon. And I think that may have had a little bit of a effect on Gainey as that ball kind of ricocheted off of his chest plate.
And then to attempt the kick. Here's the snap back, the ball down, and the kick is up, and that kick splits the uprights. It's 26-0 as knocking that through is Burns again. Well, it's all Lindsey Wilson in this one. 7:20 in the third. That's the bad news, but the good news is there's still a lot of football to play. Not impossible, maybe unlikable, and maybe to the point, Trevor, that not impossible, but maybe still a chance, and you're not going to give up. Cats will be back, and we'll be back right after this. It's been Lindsey Wilson coming west and playing well, and they have just outplayed us, and we've made a lot of mistakes. Stay with us. This is Bethel football.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium. 26-0. Blue Raiders on top of the Bethel Wildcats as the Blue Raiders will kick it away to Micah Jones and Jaden Pressey. This kick going to sail into the end zone for a touchback as the Wildcats will take over with the football at the 25-yard line on the left side of the field.
As always, the Cats have given great effort here today, but just too many mistakes, mentally and physically, and credit Lindsey Wilson. Every time it looked like Bethel may have something going, they've just had an answer, haven't they?
Man, it looks like we'll have a
flag
penalty marker down here at about the 39-yard line back where the ball was kicked off, maybe a little illegal procedure, so that may give the Wildcats 5 extra free yards.
Chris Springer out there talking to the umpire a moment ago. Chris has done a great job. If the Cats lose this, they'll finish 4-5 in his initial year, but I'm really proud of him. I think he's done a really good job this year with this football team. You could take the 4-5 and just with a break here and there, turn it around. It could be 5-4 or maybe 6-3, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the loss at Kaiser with the forfeit because of weather was really not anything he can really control of, and that's the unfortunate thing. Then, of course, the 2 ones they dropped on the road were also not very close with the loss at Campbellsville last week and the loss, I believe, earlier this year at was that Cumberland's that we lost 34-10, I believe.
Lost 34-10 at Cumberland's, Kentucky. Could have won the Mary Hardin Baylor game to open up the year.
Yeah, that game was very competitive, and the Cats were in it all the way to the end. It was a defensive struggle there for a little while, and the Cats just playing in Texas in early September. That was a lot of heat that was having to go through.
Long way down there, about 15 hours.
Yeah, so the travel plus the environment, I think, was the downfall there, but they were definitely within that game. So if you flip that game around and don't have the Kaiser forfeit, then you're looking at, a potential good year where, 6-3, where things really could have been on the up and up for Coach Springer's program.
Cats will take the ball at the 25. They declined the penalty. And Chance will have Kurt back there to his right. That's not Kurt. Let's wait and double. That may be. I think that's going to be Stockton, isn't it? Yes. Stockton has a little flip. He'll move his way to the 28, 29-yard line. I tell you one thing I've noticed in this game, too. Lindsey Wilson, they're pretty sure tacklers, aren't they? I mean, he had a head of steam that time, but they closed the door at the 29. So once they hit you, they pretty well wrap up pretty well.
And it's the fact that it's multiple Blue Raider defenders that are arriving at the same time to help make sure that the first point of contact is the only point of contact that matters. There's no slippage of tackles or anything of that nature. They do a good job of surrounding the ball carrier, and they've shown it so far today.
They are 9th to make it 18th in the country in scoring defense. Only yielding 19 today. They haven't given up anything. This will help their average if they stay here. Here's Chance. Look like he's going to flip it out there, and then he's upended, turned upside down at about the 30-yard line. He's got to bring up third and about 4. Watch this tackle. That's a nice tackle there, just defensive back.
Yeah, it was a good job by Kelson McKinney, the sophomore out of Greensburg, Kentucky. Considering how Chance has played so far today, I don't like the idea of him getting upended and landing on his head and neck area as a good strategy moving forward. But Cats definitely need to see if they can move the chains here, as they have not been able to do so on third down today. 3rd and 4 with the ball in the 31.
If the Cats fall here today, and it looks like they might, fall sports other than men's soccer will be over. It'll be turn our attention to the winter sports now with basketball. Spring sports coming up after the first of the year. Play clock expired. Last couple of plays, it looks like there's been confusion on what the players thought the play was. They were looking over and looking at the bench, like putting their hands out. What's going on? Just being factual, not trying to be critical or anything, but Do you notice that too?
Yeah, it's the offense just has not seemed to be operating on all cylinders.
Not been in sync today, yep.
Yeah, the run game's been one thing, and the offensive line with the two freshmen, with Copeland and Boga, starting today, they've actually held their side of the bargain up. It's more of the quarterback receivers kind of not being on the same page, and unfortunately, if you're not on the same page, it makes moving the ball up and down the field real difficult.
Let's say they call it. Lonzo Russell was receiver spot here. He was all sides where he's lined up. They don't call it. Now here's Chance running for his life, and he'll go out of bounds at about the 35-yard line, and he's very close. I think he's going to be a yard or two short.
Going to roll him out at the 33, and so that
had to get to the 35.
Yeah, so that'll keep the Cats from finally converting on third down. But at this point, I mean, you almost have to ask, is it worth kind of going for it? Because, I mean, otherwise, I mean, the defense is having to fight so much today, and Cats have just not been able to move the ball on this Blue Raider defense, but it looks like they'll just opt to punt it away.
No consistency at all at times. We've had a few sparks where we looked really good and had some things going. Remember when we had it 1st and 10 to 44, then they sacked Chance. Here's Miller, sidewinder. Goes out of bounds at about the 45-yard line.
That one, I think he just flat out missed and just kicked the right side of the ball because there was a dead hosel shank off to the left, and that was maybe going to net, a 15, 16, 18-yard punt?
About a 17, 18 yards. You're right.
Yeah,
ball at the 45, 1st and 10.
Hard to win ball games when you can't be effective on special teams.
I think the win's a little psychic here because, their punter has struggled a little bit when he's been at this end of the field as well. And that being Swindler, neither one have really been real effective when they've had to punt from our left to our right. Well, it's 23-0, or make it 26-0, excuse me. And Lindsey has it at the Bethel 45, 1st and 10. I'd like to give you another score, but we'd be fibbing to you, wouldn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Play fake to Mack. Rice looks, throws, got a man wide open. I mean, wide open, touchdown. We didn't have anyone within 10 yards of Max Gainey.
No, that beautiful play call. Little pump fake shoulder shimmy from Rice, and that was a wide open and easy touchdown. He caught that at the 2, and the closest defender was at the 7. So 5 yards worth of separation does not help.
All it was up to grabs of whether he would drop or not. Well, 26 seconds left. Georgetown leads Campbellsville now 34-32. Where the Tigers have fought back. Who's got the ball?
Looks like Campbellsville does, and they're at 1st and goal on the Georgetown 3.
Oh, my goodness. What a comeback that would be for Campbellsville. Well, field goal would win it for them. Let's keep it. Let's take it back to the production truck. The PAT is good. It's 33-0. Back at this, we'll give you an update on the Georgetown-Campbellsville game. Stay with us.
An hour ago, Theo airballed the game-winning shot. But at Zaxby's, he's dunking all over these fools. Zax sauce, bang. Tongue torch, boom. Hot honey mustard. My man's putting on a clinic.
Welcome to Dunk City.
And one, baby.
Thanks, baby. Dude. Babe, dude.
Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
We think, we're not sure, we think that Campbellsville has scored to make it 34-32, and we're not sure if the 2-yard or the 2-point conversion was good or not. We're trying to figure that out for you.
As I do some
Here's the kick.
Looking, it does look like Campbellsville scored a 2-yard touchdown run with 26 seconds left, and the 2-point conversion failed.
That's okay. So it will be Georgetown trying to hang on with 26 seconds left, right?
Yes, I would assume so. So what most likely will be the next things to happen is
Onside
Campbellsville
kick.
will be trying to go for an onside. We'll try and provide as much live updates as we can as that game tries to head towards a final.
Heck of a comeback for Campbellsville. They were on the ropes much of the game, but they've come back and made it a 2-point game, and now we'll try the onside kick. Bethel down now 33-0. I'm not surprised Lindsey's winning. I mean, they came in favored. They're number 8 in the country, but I'm really more than surprised about the margin right now. Are you not?
The margin does not really show the quality of football that's been played today, because if the Wildcats had been able to not shoot themselves in the foot as much today. I think this game would be a lot more contentious environment, whereas what we said early on today, Cats wanted to play in a game in the 20s where Lindsey Wilson wanted to play in the high 30s and 40s, and unfortunately we see what's happened today.
Kurt wide open, 30, 35, 40.
To the house, kid.
40, 35, 30.
Unhook the trailer, Bubba.
Kurt inside the 10. Kurt in the end
He's
zone.
in there.
Didn't it go in? Touchdown, Kurt, and the Cats. A 75-yard run by Ryan Kurt, and he turned it on. There was tough guys that had a chance to catch him, and they could not. Look at this replay.
Great haul from the offensive line, and he was gone. And it was about at the 40-yard line right there where he really had to put on the afterburners, because I can't tell if that's number 30 for Lindsey Wilson. That is Jalen Walker. He had a beat on him, but Ryan Kirk was able to unhook the trailer and get his butt in the end zone. Great run there from number 20 in purple and black.
He showed some speed there, too, more than I thought. 33-6 with 4:31 in the third. How about that? High snap. Roditas does a good job pulling it down, though, and the kick is up, and it is good. 33-7, the Cats on the board at the 4:31 mark. Back up to this. Stay with us.
We would like to thank the following sponsors for supporting this broadcast. Snyder Equipment, 1311 Lower Brownsville Road, exit 74 on I-40.
Beauty House Social, Jackson's premier blowout bar and full-service salon and med spa. From lashes and facials to cosmetic injections and lasers, we have it all. Let's be social.
Cully, Trevor Roof with you, and the crowd finally something to cheer about here on the near side, Trevor.
Yeah, that was a big run from Kirk right there. And unfortunately, the spark may be coming a little bit too late, but it's always nice to be able to have some offensive production. And that was a big run there from Kirk to the junior running back out of Decatur, Alabama. Really put on the afterburners to be able to put the Cats up on the board and not take away that goose egg.
Got to go back and look at our play-by-play through the weeks. That's the longest run from scrimmage this year for a touchdown anyway. Fair catch call for it. Now he's still running. I thought he called for a fair catch. And spun to the turf at about the 28-yard line. I thought he called for a fair catch back at about the 22-yard line. Let's wait and see. The Bethel bench wanted that call.
So did the Bethel fans. You hear the commotion, and hopefully through the broadcast, is that they were all kind of confused. And there is a little piece of yellow laundry on the field, but I'm unsure if that's a flag or if that is a mouth guard. It's right there behind Darrell Miller's helmet.
Mm-hmm. I see it over there. I think that's a mouth guard.
That's what I'm thinking now that the officials don't seem too concerned about it. Provided an update from the Georgetown-Campbellsville game. Campbellsville kicked off and did a onside kick recovered by Campbellsville.
How about that?
Play is currently under review, so
look at you and Derek Hubble.
We'll provide some updates as soon as that's available.
They're showing out, aren't they, Shante? Well, if Campbellsville comes up with that, depending on where it is, a field goal would win it for them.
Mm-hmm.
33-7, 4:26 at the 25-yard line, and Rice and company.
And Campbellsville still has 2 timeouts, too, so that'll be very contentious.
How much time? 25 seconds?
26? Yeah, 26 seconds left.
Rice drops. Rice going up top. Incomplete. Threw it too high for Sherrard. Rice has thrown the ball pretty well all day, but he's had a couple of get away from him, and I think what happened was Sherrard showing his teammates that sun got in his eyes, and then that sun also kept Bethel from intercepting the ball, I think.
Yeah, because Merton and Miller, 2 of the Wildcats' most experienced defensive backs, were there, and I don't think either of them really had a concept of how close they were to being able to go for that football to try and intercept it.
4:21 left in the third. 33-7. Seems like we ought to be in the fourth quarter by now, but we're not. Mack, 30. Mack lowers his head and crunches his way literally to the 34. Going to be a yard short of the first down. Third down in the yard. Watch this Mack run. Boy, he's a good-looking runner, and he's the backup.
He's not very tall. I mean, he's only 5'10", 200 pounds, but the guy runs with some power.
He does. So it's third and 1. They take this time Gainey out of the game. He might be limping a little bit. It's been a very physical game. Remember, Lindsey had about 3 linemen to go out in the first half injured. Rice trying to draw Bethel off sides, does not. Play clock down to 7, down to 6, down to 5. Gonna have to snap it real quick. Down to 2. He gets it to Mack. Mack looking for running room, has it. Has the first down. Lewis spins him to the turf at about the 40, but a first down carry for Mack and the Blue Raiders.
That was a good push from the Blue Raider offensive line as everybody on the Wildcat D-line was kind of mushed backwards, and that created an easy opportunity for Mack to bounce it off the left side. And credit to Lewis for being able to bring him down after shedding his block, but that could have very easily been a very explosive run for Mack there and setting up the Blue Raiders with first down at the 40.
Gainey coming back in the game. They have a receiver, Malachi Pate, far side right from Knoxville.
Give you an update as far as the Campbellsville-Georgetown game. It looks like Campbellsville was called offsides and will have to re-kick.
Oh, my goodness. So it was under review, and it goes against the Tigers. They're too eager to get down there and get it. Here's the running back, not much. Maybe a yard to the 41.
Wildcats will have second down and 9 on the defensive sideline as the Blue Raiders and Tate Rice, the sophomore from Manchester, Kentucky, 6'1", 190 pounds, has led this Blue Raider offense quickly down the field all day long. But now, given the fact that they're up by 4 scores, I doubt that they're going to be trying to push the tempo, but will just rather be trying to milk this clock out to see if they can return home with a win.
Yep. Rice, play fake, little bubble screen, and caught, midfield, Gainey to the midfield strike. No one will know this hidden message. I was taught years ago in the media business not to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Everyone in this booth will know, especially Derek Hubble, lamenting as I was to him this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the wallet in Jackson, Tennessee has been found.
That's great to hear.
The wallet has been found. That's a secret code only Derek Hubble and I know the answer to. The wallet has been found.
I'm just going to go with pure inexperience and just say that's awesome.
I thought Hubble would show more delight about that, but he's just ignoring me. Well, we're not ignoring the game. We have a player hurt down there, and let's hope he's all right. We got another player down for Lindsey Wilson. They're going to come out here with a win, apparently, but, man, they're going to pay the price. That's Gainey. He went out shaking up a little bit, and he's lumbering off over there. He's walking like the way Derek and I walk.
Yeah, the infirmary is going to be the name of the athletic training room for the Blue Raiders whenever they return home, because they got a lot of guys that are banged up after today.
Hubble's gone into a trance over here. It's 49-yard line, third down in the yard. Oh, fun at the old ball yard, folks. You can't beat it. Unfortunately, Bethel's down big, though.
Another update for the Cumberland-Georgetown game. The onside kick for Campbellsville is recovered by Georgetown, and it looks like Georgetown will hold on and win the football game, bearing any funny business with 2 timeouts, and still got to make them run the plays and get the clocks to hit 000. But ball security may be of utmost importance there as that game up in Georgetown goes to final.
They'll take a couple of knees and win that. Georgetown, the Tigers have beaten Campbellsville, knocking them out. If Lindsey holds on and wins, which apparently they look in pretty good shape with a minute left in the third, leading 33-7. They have it 1st and 10 at the Bethel, now 47. So Lindsey Wilson will go back home with the knowledge that they are the champs. But, you look at that win by Georgetown, I think puts them in the tournament, obviously. They'll be 7-3. They came in number 20 today. Campbellsville will fall to 8-2. Lindsey will be at 9-1. So those 3 teams will get in the hunt. And they all deserve to be in the hunt.
A good run there from Mack.
Want to wish them all good luck, too, but as a matter of fact.
Mack just exploding off the right side, barreling his chest through Darian Lewis, one of Wildcats' best linebackers in program history. And at this point, it's almost just a formality, just a matter of time. But you have to give credit to the Wildcat defense. They've been out there so much today, and they're still giving all their effort today.
They really have. They were down in snaps 40-25, Bethel was in the first half. It seemed like more pressure on Rice, but he throws it anyway, and it's that ball caught.
No, broken up.
Great defensive play by the Cats. Well, they don't mind going downfield for that thing, do they? Rice took a hit, but he's getting up a little gingerly talking to Aaron out there.
think it was Nick Butler doing a great job on the back end there as he was able to break that ball up away. I'm not sure if that was Sherrod who was on the receiving end. It may have been number 14, Malachi Pate, the sophomore from Knoxville, Tennessee, but he's kind of walking over to the sideline gingerly, adding to the injuries that are tallying up for the Blue Raiders here, as they will be looking to hopefully head into the postseason as a high seed.
Shaden Rankhorn got up a little ginger, one of their offensive linemen. Rice throws that slant pattern, incomplete. Tried to hit that time. Bailey, good defense by the Cats. They love that pass over the middle, don't they?
Yeah, they've hit it multiple times today, and that was a good job by Darrell Miller to be able to react to the football. And as the third quarter comes to an end, the Wildcats are going to be staring up a very steep mountain to try and do anything in this ball game, but got to at least respect the fight that they've shown here, and especially in this third quarter.
We'll take a break here on the BallGame Blitz and Worthy Road Studios. It's 33-7. Cats down. They'll have the ball, we think. Well, they may go for it. It's fourth and about 3. We'll come back and let you know right after this. This is Bethel football.
Hey, folks, Real McCoy here, along with a little buddy Gizmo. Just like to thank all of our customers for letting us take care of their air conditioning and plumbing needs this summer. Gizmo sure is glad the dog days of summer are over. Now it's time to get those heating units ready for that cold weather coming. See, we're a hometown company celebrating 45 years in business in Jackson. So give us a call and check in online so we can get you on schedule. When you think of heating and air conditioning, think of the Real McCoy. We'll take care of you.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, Oklahoma leading Alabama 17-7 in Tuscaloosa. Uval's off to a great start over New Mexico State 14-0. Is that homecoming at Tennessee today?
Yes, it is also Military Appreciation Today, wearing a military-inspired smoky gray uniforms.
I like those smoky grays.
Yeah, they're very touchily done with a taste of the military favoritism in it. They're very nice looking uniforms.
Doesn't matter what you wear when you play us. Boy, Kentucky couldn't stop them at all this year. Then they came right back the next week. Kentucky did and had a great defensive effort against a quality team. Well, to punt the ball, and we've got illegal motion. Swindler.
That's your ball game.
And it is a final. Hubble tells us that, and Lindsey Wilson crowd, that's what the cheer you hear about with Lindsey Wilson.
Yeah, once that final was going through, you knew word was going to reverberate, and well, the Lindsey Nelson players are going to hear about it in some fashion. Oh, did that ball get stayed in?
1 yard line. I think it's the 1 yard line.
Oh.
Shante, will you go down and give Josh Key that score? I know that the classy thing to do is Georgetown beat Campbellsville. What was the final? 34-32. 34-32. Georgetown over Campbellsville. Yep. If you would. That's what that applause was, because the Lindsey Wilson fans are down to our right. They've been keeping up with it. 1 yard line, the Cats' worst field position of the day. So they've got 99 yards to maneuver to cut into the lead. Lindsey Wilson, that's right, Hub.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the champion's crowned on your home field, but is what it is at this point.
Seen that in the World Series some too, haven't we? Here's a running. Oh, that's Kirk again. He's open again. 20, 25, 30, 35. Kirk out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Boy, this kid, and credit the offensive line. They sprung him open a couple of times here.
Yeah, and that was a
Where's
great
this
job.
Been all game.
Yeah, that was a great job. He fought right through a small hole behind Josiah Boga and was able to kick it through into the second level. And now I think he may be a little bit gassed after the 70-yarder on that one. But that was a big run by number 20, Ryan Kirk.
Yep. They go right back to him, though, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah, sure did. And he's at the 42. From the 1 yard line, they moved it out on 2 running plays to the 42. This thing's not over. It's not out of the realm of dreaming big. The comeback Cats. Big mountain to climb, but
well, the Denver Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. It's earlier this NFL season. We could, there's still theoretically a chance.
Probably against my Raiders. Handoff. That's Kaysen. Kaysen midfield. Kaysen open at the 47. They pinned him, and all of a sudden the Bethel running game is just taking apart the D-line of Lindsey Wilson. And here's the replay.
Kaysen does a great job bouncing it out to the right side, and if he just got a good jump cut right there, he could have probably kicked it out a little bit longer. And there he goes again.
Kaysen again on the loose. They pull him down to about the 40. It could be a face mask, and it is, yes. He gets out of bounds at about the 40-yard line, 38-yard line, but it's going to be more yardage tacked on that. And all of a sudden, the Cats are showing a lot of spunk. Where's this been all game?
Oh, instead it's a holding against the Cats. I almost thought you could have got a horse collar on that tackle attempt there on Kaysen as well, but I guess because he didn't go down, they elected not to worry about it. But that flag came from all the way from the head official on the backside of the play, so I'm sure he had a better look at it than we did.
The Boo Birds are out. Yeah, they sure are. It's been a well-officiated game. Aaron and his crew have done a good job. 43-yard line, first and about 20. It is first and 20. Chance, but Bethel showing some passion here. Not that it hadn't been there before, but all of a sudden it's paying dividends as Case had nowhere to go this time. They hemmed him in. Pretty good rush defense that time.
And especially how lackluster Chance has been. It's almost a little surprising that the Cats are able to run this effectively here in the second half, considering the lead and everything else. I mean, maybe Lindsey Wilson's electing to let him run the clock down because of the scoring margin, but I mean, he would have figured that they would just be letting Chance try to throw it as much as they can.
Chance drops, Chance throws, and incomplete. Great coverage downfield on Harvey. They've tied up Harvey after that first couple of catches, haven't they?
Yeah, and unfortunately, Harvey's been really the only guy that Chance has really been able to connect with today, and that just is leading to more and more issues for the Cats. Is if you don't have a passing game, that's running attack. While it's been led by a couple of big blows, especially by Kirk and Kaysen here in this second half, it's kind of going to be one-dimensional, leading the Blue Raider defense to kind of come downhill and attack it.
I've got an entrepreneur kind of thought here in a minute. I'll share that with you. 12:41 left in the game. Clock arrested, 3rd down and 19 now. Chance trying to convert something here. They give it to Kaysen. Kaysen bounces off a couple people and nowhere to go. There's a crash him out of bounds near midfield at about the 48. So Bethel, are they going to go for it? I would think. 4th, what do you have to lose here? 12:27. Ball at midfield, and they have to get down to about the 37. So it's 4th and 13, and they bring out Miller to punt the ball.
Kind of would have liked to have seen just, maybe an arm punt. Try and see if you can, take a shot towards the end zone.
Maybe
worst comes to worst, they intercept it, and then
they're
they're down at the 10 or something. Now, granted, the wind does favor Miller here, so I'd like to think that his punt attempt here will be a little bit better than the ones we've seen over his last couple of ones. But
how about a fake?
Hey, never rule it out.
Miller, not a fake. He's going to punt it straight up in the air. And calling for the fair catch is Gainey back there at about the 12-yard line. I'll tell you, my entrepreneur thought, we've got about 30 cars over there, probably 50 or 60 people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking Hubble Emerson LLC, popcorn, sodas, candies, different things, peanuts, that we could go over there with a little wagon, and sell that next year and make some money for our account.
That wouldn't be a bad idea. You just got to make sure. I would have maybe saved it for off the air, because now maybe some fraternity may be able to steal that idea.
I hadn't thought about that. You're right. Me and my big mouth. Tends to get me in trouble. Hubble and Shante can allude to that. It's 11:51, 33-7. The Cats were down 33-0, and here's Mack. Mack breaks it open. Mack at the 20. Mack up to about the 22. He gets the first down. From the 12 to about the 22 or 23.
Got to be thinking Max hitting triple figures as far as tallying yards today.
Excuse me, Trevor, they give him 21, so he's a yard short. I apologize.
But, I mean, he's just been hitting the holes hard. I mean, he had 68 yards at halftime. Have to imagine
he's got to be over 100
He's got to be over 100 just because of the sheer volume he's had here in the second half. And he just does it with such speed and quickness to be able to get to the second level with such efficiency.
And off Mack again. Mack has the first down. Didn't need a lot, didn't get a lot, but he gets enough. And at the 23-yard line, it's 1st and 10. I do not have my stat pulled up on my computer because we've been answering messages all day from other ADs and those kind of things about soccer. 10:50 left in the game. The Cats down 33-7 will close out their season at 4-5. Lindsey Wilson will win the conference at 9-2 or 9-1.
112 yards.
112. Thank you, Hub.
Kaysen, or not for Kaysen, for Mack on the day. Then, considering that the Blue Raiders are missing their All-American tailback in Saunders, having a 1-2 punch like that is going to be tough to beat.
Here's Mack again. Mack Bethel gets him down at about the 26 or 7. Well, I sure hope Saunders is that back for them. They need him to, I think, win a national title. And sure hope he's back. Hope he's back for him. Hope he's back for the program. You hate to see anyone get hurt, but especially a prospective player of the year.
Yeah. Mac has 20 carries and 112 yards on the day to go along with that touchdown. If I'm not in the market of being the one to hand out players of the game, but him and Max Gainey have to be the two in contention for it because Gainey's got 9 receptions, 158 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
I'd have to let him share it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So it's second down now at about 6. Ball at the 27. And here's Mack again. Nothing this time. The Cats. And now we've got a little skirmish going on after the play here. These teams do not like each other a lot.
No, that little skirmish is Cam Lewis and I believe KJ Merton. Or no, that's actually Brandon Hall that we're getting involved there, as you see on the replay. Just a little do-si-do spin around like it's a Saturday night out on the town. But no harm comes of it. Both players retreat to their sidelines, and everything all seems to be okay.
Dancing with the stars, let's put it that way. Under 9 minutes when they snap this thing. Lindsey's done a really good job just sort of shortening the game here in this half too, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been bleeding the play clock down, taking their time with it, and they're still putting together good offensive possessions, which is tough to beat.
Here's the trigger man, threw it behind his receiver, but caught anyway by Donovan Holloway.
It's a good catch there from Holloway. As you look at this replay, throws a little behind him, spins, and he got hit right as soon as the ball was there by Brylan Jordan, but he held on to it, but that will still be short of the chains, and they'll send out the punting team.
4th and 2, and coming out to punt will be Tucker Swindler. Sounds like a movie star name. And he'll punt it away. He's a young man from Shelbyville, Kentucky, the home of the late Charles Hurt. 33-7. Charles Hurt was a basketball player for Kentucky. Really, I always loved him. Had the smallest feet of any basketball player I've ever seen. 33-7. Only I would even be interested in that. Cats bring out Turner. Not enough people on the field?
I think we definitely have a flag on the field.
Well, Lindsey, I don't think Lindsey is trying to get some people in. That's going to be a delay of game, yep. Well, this will be our last broadcast of football this year. We'll have basketball for you beginning Tuesday. Actually, not just continuing, it'll be continuing our coverage. Volleyball bowing out. Football about to be over. Leaves men's soccer is the only fall sport still. And cross country, Mr. Cook, he's going down south to compete. He's had a great year. And Bethel fills that football and then tucked to the turf is Pressy.
I mean, can't hate him for picking it up, but that was just one of those very high risk, low reward kind of plays there. As that ball hits the turf, and he had nobody around him, so it was perfectly fine, but maybe saved a couple yards on the play there.
Bethel fans, we mentioned Cook, Cedrion Cook. He's had a really great year in cross country. It'll be time for tennis and baseball and softball to get them all out here in a little while. Got to get through the holidays and the cold weather. Those sports, a lot like other sports. You start off in one extreme condition of weather and you finish with another part of weather. In this case, you start off cold and get warmer. Football starts off warmer and gets colder. So does soccer. It was pretty frigid out here the other night in soccer, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, you talk about the extremes, but all the things considered, we had a perfect. This felt like a late September, early October day. This has been nothing but wonderful. The only thing I guess you could
one of the best weather days of the year.
Yeah, the only thing that you could really stick your nose at is the fact that it was a little windy, but overall it's been beautiful out here in McKenzie, Tennessee. And while the Cats may not come out on top with a victory today, I think everybody that's been able to come out has definitely been able to enjoy the afternoon, just being out in the sunshine and not having to be stuck inside or anything of that nature.
First thing I did when I arrived about 8 o'clock this morning was get out there, 8:30, is get out there and get the Holland room, the thermostat. It was on heat. It was like a sauna in there.
Whew, yeah.
Turn the air conditioner on, 33-7, 7:42 left in the season for the Wildcats. Down. Handoff. Boy, look at this. That's going to be
to the house, kid.
That's going to be Stockton.
To the house, kid.
He's going to go. It is touchdown, Jarvis Stockton. And all of a sudden, the Cat running attack has just been sensational in this quarter half. That, ladies and gentlemen, a 64-yard scoot.
That takes Stockton's total up to 68 yards and a touchdown as he burst through the hole, and there wasn't anybody within 10 yards of him by the time he got into pay dirt. Wildcats' running game has been fairly good all game long. It's just they haven't been able to bust them open to get in the end zone here until it's almost too late. But got to give credit to Kirk and now Stockton for busting them open and getting in the end zone to make it seem like we do have a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, his run and Kirk's run, they started off in the middle of the field, and then the perimeter, they just went right by everybody. The PAT is up, and it is good by Clutch. It's 33-14, 7:32. Is it impossible? No. We'll come back right after this. Stay with us.
Does shelter insurance cover shiny red cars?
Yeah.
What about purple vans?
Also, yes.
Monster trucks?
What's going on, son?
From shiny red cars to purple minivans, you can count on Shelter's local agents to help you protect what matters most.
Whether you're a designer, homeowner, builder, commercial, residential, we're here to help make ideas come to reality. Builder finished products, 10 United Drive in Jackson. Come see us.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium. Cats trying to put on a running game clinic with two big offensive runs, one by Ryan Kirk, and that last one a 64-yard scamper from Jordan Kaysen. And now the Cats will be kicking it back towards Lindsey Wilson. Now down 19, still a 3-score game, but a lot more firepower here in the second half than we were seeing in the first, Mr. Dave.
7:32. I would think at this point the Cats will kick it away, not onside, but kick it away. Although Lindsey thinks it might be an onside kick, I'd kick it away and take my chances with my defense. And that's what they do. It's punched down there, and Gainey's going to run down there and field it on the second hop at about the 8. He's to the 10 and just runs out of bounds over there at about the 11 or 12. Yeah, I'd like that call. You don't onside kick there. And your defense has stopped him the last couple, 2 or 3 times. Put it in the hands of your defense. Tell them to stop it. And you go down and get another quick score, and you're in the game a little bit. 33-14. Start doing the numbers a little bit now. Day getting longer here as we look across the way. It's this time of the year, or maybe even a little bit before now, we used to see the deer all the time over there on the Holland farm.
Mm-hmm.
How about, and Shante, I haven't seen any this year. Would you guys agree? No deer? No comment from Shante and Hubble. So it's going to be at the 14-yard line. First and 10, Lindsey Wilson. The Cat defense trying to keep him in the game, down 33-14 now after a 33-0 deficit.
Well, let me share this with you, Mr. Dave. The rushing yards for the Blue Raiders of Lindsey Wilson is 178. Would you have thought that the Wildcats would be outgaining them by 120 yards on the ground coming into today?
That's really amazing.
296 yards total, courtesy of 2 big runs from Stockton and Kirk.
Mack upended. Caught by a host of Cats. Finishing him off was Ethan Dabbs. Now we have a little hanky-panky going on after the play. Shante says they threw a flag, and let's see what that's about. Well,
personal foul will go against the defense, and we believe it was on number 99, Darrell Howard. Lack of discipline has been a significant issue for the Cats all season long, and even here in a game that is pretty much written in the books, you still would like to try and play a clean game, and it's unfortunate for the Cats as they kind of cost some more yardage that could have mattered at one point.
Yep, ball moved up to about the 33. It's going to be first and 10 there for Lindsey. 7:05, clock running as we see the time run out on the Cat season. Rice still in there. He's gone all the way. Coach Kleckler is over there pacing. Here's Matt carrying it. Matt turned backwards but still moves up to near the 40-yard line. Good yardage. And they've gone to the running attack, and now Mack's slow to get up. Well, that's all they need with Saunders out and Mack to be hurt.
Well, if you see on this replay, he kind of gets hit from the backside with his momentum still going forward from Darrell Miller. So Mack is going to head out, and that looks like number 22, Holloway, is going to be there.
Come in. He's a sophomore running back from Murfreesboro.
Yeah, so Blue Raiders are not going to be leaving here without some bumps and bruises. That is for certain.
Played at Blackman High School. They've been really good in sports through the years. Second about 4. We approach the 6-minute mark. They give it to Holloway, and Holloway just bursts right through there, gets good yardage. Line of scrimmage and more, and he's close to the first down. He may have it. He does, up to about the 44.
It's a great hit from Nick Butler, number 31, as he met him right there. Man, that was a good pop, but just a little bit too late, and the chains will move for the Blue Raiders.
Look out there. I see Darren Lewis with his hands on his hip, knowing that he's playing his last 5 minutes plus in that purple uniform. He's been a great player. Other seniors saluted earlier today in pregame ceremonies along with the cheer team and then the band at halftime. It's been pretty well. Everything's gone real well today. We had a little problem with the play clock, but Derek Hubble, he has connections. He got that repaired for us. His dad did. 1st and 10. Handoff. Holloway again. Holloway not much. About 10 bodies all crunched up there together. And let's give him a yard. That's about it. Howard coming back in the game for Bethel.
Downside of the Blue Raiders being up by such a margin is, and the play clock being as long as it is, they're milking this play clock and letting it run down.
Good point. They did it the first possession of the half when they led 23-0. Remember that?
Yeah, they sure did. They were not going to let this game ever really get back into contention, and the Wildcats have done what they could trying to get 2 big scores, but unfortunately the Blue Raiders with taking their time and being pretty efficient on offense. They ballooned their lead up to 33, and then the Cats have been able to kind of answer, but it was a little too late for them.
It's going to be about a 3-hour game. We're at 2 hours and about 45 minutes right now, and NAIA games tend to do that. But this game has been sort of a snail's pace at times. After a quickly played first quarter, I thought, well, the run. It's going to be 3rd down 9 at the ball at the 46. Shadows beginning to creep into the stadium. I think we can get by this without turning the lights on. We may be conscious of that.
Well, with the rate the Blue Raiders are running, if they get another first down, it looks like it'll probably be over.
Just milking the clock. Play clock down to 5, down to 4. They've snapped the ball a bunch of times this half with about 2 seconds left on the play clock. They do that right now there. Rice running for his life, throws, and did a good job just throwing it away.
But unfortunately, it looks like Darian Lewis is going to get whistled for a flag as he was holding on to Seth Phillips, the tight end from Clarksville, Tennessee.
Malik Rowe was in the face of Rice, made him throw it away.
Yeah, holding on the defense as I'm not sure if Chris will be able to pull that play back up for us to illustrate it. Yep, as you look at it right here.
He's the magic man.
Lewis trying to guard the tight end on the crossing route and just put his hand over that chest plate, and that's where the ball ended up going. And
that's a proper call.
Yeah, Rice is a good enough quarterback that if he sees penalty, he's going to try and exploit it, and did so right there. And that will move the chains and be another Blue Raider first down. And
Aaron Oskin, I like this crew. I think they've done a good job. They were here earlier. I thought they did a good job, and they've done a good job today.
Yeah, they've been an awesome group of guys, and they put out some real quality work, especially for as many events as they do. The quality of work is
They'll tell you
top-notch.
too. They probably missed a few here and there, but I think they've been consistent on both sides of the ball. And it's 1st and 10, and this thing is running down to 3:41, and the clock will start on the snap. Rice. Is that Mack back in?
No, I think that's Holloway
Still
back
Holloway,
out there.
Still Holloway back in. I wouldn't pick Mack back in if I was them, and I would not. Obviously, Saunders went out. You hope he's okay. I mentioned All-American and possibly the Player of the Year, and you sure want him to play in the playoffs for them. Enjoy talking to Willis Pooler, their outstanding AD. Hope that Chris Wells and Anthony Latissa and Joel Snyder have enjoyed the game. We've tried to be fair to their teams. Hubble and Shante will tell you they're all great people. We enjoy working with them. 2nd down and 9. We'll make it 2nd, basically 10. And Rice will bring them up. And they get in a little huddle now. They back off of it, as you see.
Highly doubt we see any
Holloway,
type of action.
He turns the corner on the left side. He's going to get the first down and more. Finally out of bounds across the way. They probably like to see him just take a knee and not go out of bounds.
Yeah, that will stop the clock, and they'll probably still have to continue running running the play clock, but I don't think that we will see Rice throw any more passes after getting that last penalty.
We're not betting, folks, here. We're Christian guys at the Christian institution, but, yeah, I'd be shocked. I think the over and under the fact he's going to throw anything. Now watch what will happen. They'll come right out and throw one.
Yeah,
always happens.
They'll run a double move and try and hit one over the end zone just for the heck of it.
Little kids have the football game of their own going across the way. A couple of them are watching. Maybe future Wildcats. Ought to be young again. 2:14 left here. Rice waiting the snap. Gives it to Holloway. Holloway comes right. Nothing there. So he goes left. Nothing there. But then he breaks the tackle. We've had problems wrapping up today all day. He crashes his way inside the 25 and dives to about the 22. And that's been a bugaboo for us today. And I really love our kids, but we just not have done a good job tackling on some plays.
Yeah, Randall Foster, number 90, had him wrapped up in the backfield, but had his basically hands up above his shoulder pads. And Holloway, just a little small fella at 5'9", 195, was able to twist out of it.
2 minute
warning.
warning.
To run for a good little run.
Let's take a 2 minute warning and we'll go to the production truck. We're back. Last 2 minutes of this 25 campaign. Cats falling 33-14 right now. We'll see if Lindsey Wilson just sits on it. Back after this. Stay with us. It's 30.
The weather's getting colder, but the deals are getting hot at Chuck Hutton Nissan in Jackson. 2025 Pathfinder 0% for 60 months or $5,000 customer cash. 2025 Frontier, $4,000 customer cash. 2026 Road Platinum 0% for 60 months or $2,500 customer cash. It's the end of the year and the savings are now at Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. ChuckHuttonNissan.com.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium. 2 minutes left here in the fourth quarter. Lindsey Wilson leading the Wildcats of Bethel by a score of 33-14.
The Cats will close out at 4-5 on this year and recruit, and get ready for the 26 campaign. Hand off Holloway. Holloway far side left. He's running with authority. He says, I want more time. Probably going to get more the way he's running it. Let's give their offensive line credit, too. They've opened up some good holes for their running backs. A lot of it on the edge, too.
Yeah, anytime they try to run up the middle, the defensive line of the Wildcats has been pretty strong, but they've been able to spring their rushers from Saunders getting 15 earlier today, Mack having 24 rushes, and Donovan Holloway getting six carries today. All of them are averaging just over 5 yards a carry. So they've been able to bounce them outside and been really productive on.
Josh Key just announced 34-32, and some of their players didn't know. They were dancing over there once they heard, and they look at them. They're still pretty joyous knowing they're about to win, and now they're going to be the conference champs. They knew what this game was about. All the teams did, including Bethel. Holloway carries it, and we've got a couple of snaps, and I think they'll probably just take the knee here in a minute and run this thing out. And Lindsey Wilson's going to go back up the Parkway to Columbia. And they're going to win the title this year. And congratulations to them and Willis and Anthony and Joel and the gang and to Coach Kleckler and his troops. As Campbellsville loses at Georgetown and Lindsey wins here. And, yeah, we're down to just taking a knee here. This thing will wind down, and the unhappy final here for Bethel fans is going to be 33-14. Oh, they're not wind up in the victory formation yet. They'll hand it to Holloway, and Holloway says, I want the score, and he doesn't get it. He moves inside the 10 or 15, and that's it. Well, Lindsey Wilson has won it. And congratulations to the Blue Raiders.
And just giving their coaches some Gatorade baths over on the sidelines. I will make one final note before the clock hits zero. I'm glad they ran that last play so Darian Lewis could get one last final tackle before his Wildcat career came to a close.
Great acknowledgement on your part. Well done. Campbellsville loses to Georgetown, and Lindsey has beaten Bethel, and they are, Lindsey Wilson, the conference champs. 33-14, the unhappy final here. For the Bethel fans and faithful, we'll take a 2 minute break, be back with stats, analysis, and a post-game comment and a postseason comment with Chris Springer right after this. Stay with us.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
An hour ago, Theo airballed the game-winning shot. But at Zaxby's, he's dunking all over these fools. Zax sauce, bang. Tongue torch, boom. Hot honey mustard. My man's putting on a clinic.
Welcome to Dunk City.
And one, baby.
Thanks, baby. Dude. Babe, dude.
Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's. Hi, I'm Cody Fitz with Fitscapes. Our business's focus is on building your dream yard at your dream home. When designing our backyards, we always like to start with our pool and patio areas first. Then we complement that with the landscaping, and we finish with the lawn for all of the outdoor entertaining needs. After installation is complete, we provide annual maintenance for all of your lawn care and landscaping needs. Fitscapes, let's build something beautiful.
Whether you're a designer, homeowner, builder, commercial, residential, we're here to help make ideas come to reality. Builder finished products, 10 United Drive in Jackson. Come see us.
We would like to thank the following sponsors for supporting this broadcast. Snyder Equipment, 1311 Lower Brownsville Road, exit 74 on I-40.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium. As you see on the left side of your screen, the happy Lindsey Wilson Blue Raider faithful and their players celebrating having just won the Mid-South Conference Championship due to the Campbellsville falling on the road at Georgetown in Georgetown, Kentucky. To go through some of the highlights from this game, ended in a 33-14 final. Back in the first quarter, Tate Rice, looking over the middle of the field, was able to find Max Gainey, one of his many catches on the day and one of his first touchdown passes early on to start the trend for the Lindsey Wilson Blue Raiders, leading them 7-0. Next play, on the ensuing kickoff, the Wildcats were not well aware of where the football was. Nobody rushed and attacked for it, and the Blue Raiders came up with a fumble recovery and taking a second possession before the Wildcat offense was even able to step foot on the field. Shortly thereafter, at the 8:51 mark in the first quarter, Rice again firing over the middle of the field, found Sherrod in the end zone. It was one of his only few catches on the day, but that catch was important for him as that was a touchdown, and it pushed this lead up to 13-0 for the Blue Raiders early in the first quarter. Wildcats then tried to respond with an offensive drive of their own. Ryan Kirk took the handoff from Dustin Chance, running off the right side, fighting hard for extra yardage, only to have the ball peanut punched away, and the Blue Raiders recovering inside the 5-yard line, giving the Blue Raiders the ball back and stifling the Bethel offensive possession. Wildcats did have one highlight in the first half, as midway through the second quarter, the Bethel defense was trying to contain the All-American Tay Saunders, and does so, unfortunately injuring him on the play as he got bent backwards, but forced a fumble and was able to recover. Wildcats were not able to produce anything out of the ensuing possession, thus keeping the game at 13-0 at that time. Blue Raiders then continued to add on to their lead, kicking a field goal at the 8:18 mark in the second quarter, which pushed the lead out to 16-0 at that point in time. And then the last highlight from the first quarter was replacement for Tay Saunders, Stephen Mack running off the left side, hitting a cutback lane to the right, shedding a blocker, and then taking Darrell Miller into the end zone with him to push the lead out to 23-0, and that was at halftime. Second quarter kind of got off to a slow start, but then the Blue Raiders tacked on 3 more to push the lead out to 26-0, courtesy of a field goal at the 7:20 mark in the third quarter. And the Wildcats weren't able to do much as the Blue Raiders got the ball right back, and then Tate delivering his third touchdown pass of the day, this one finding Gainey as well. Wide open, Gainey striding into the end zone, pushing the lead up to 33-0. That was at the 4-minute and 43rd second mark of the quarter in the third. Wildcats were able to respond as a Ryan Kirk run off to the right side, blew right past the Blue Raider defense. At the 50, the 40, had to unhook the trailer to be able to beat that last guy. Was able to strut into the end zone to give the Wildcats a first touchdown of the day, making the score 33-7 at the 4:31 mark in the third quarter. Then the Wildcats were able to get the ball back in the fourth quarter with 7:32 left, and Jarvis Stockton wanted to get in on the touchdown party, breaking his own big run for 64 yards, blowing by all the Blue Raider defenders to give the Wildcats their second score of the afternoon to make the score of 33-14, which is where we ended up on the afternoon.
Right.
We'll be right back, and we'll have some stats for you after we come right back from break. This is the Worthy Road Studios BallGame Blitz at Bethel University here in McKenzie, Tennessee.
Do you want your smile to say it all? At Elite Dental Care, we'll make you and your family feel comfortable and secure with a variety of services and state-of-the-art care. We offer sedation dentistry that will make your time in the dental chair comfortable and relaxed. Come by and see our newly renovated and expanded office in Jackson, or one of our other convenient locations in Trenton or Dyersburg. Trust your smile with Elite Dental Care, and let your smile say it all.
Dynamics Physical Therapy, your elite provider in sports medicine and performance. Now serving communities throughout West Tennessee.
We would like to thank the following sponsors for supporting this broadcast. Snyder Equipment, 1311 Lower Brownsville Road, exit 74 on I-40.
At FMY Orthodontics, we believe a beautiful, healthy smile is the key to boosting confidence and enhancing quality of life. Our team of highly skilled and compassionate orthodontic professionals is dedicated to providing personalized care in a welcoming, state-of-the-art environment. Whether you're looking for traditional braces, clear aligners, or other orthodontic solutions, we offer a variety of options to meet your needs. Our goal is to provide the most effective and efficient orthodontic treatment for every patient.
Turn to the experts. Since 1955, Garrett Plumbing and Heating has been the leader in plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation for West Tennessee. A proud supporter of USJ Bruin Athletics, we are your local Carrier Factory authorized dealer. Call Garrett Plumbing and Heating, 668-3339, for all of your plumbing, heating, and air needs.
Welcome back here to Walter Butler Stadium to go over some of the stats here from the ball game. The Wildcats fall to the Blue Raiders of Lindsey Wilson by a final score of 33-14. To go over some team statistics, the Blue Raiders led the Wildcats in first downs 26-10, and also led the Wildcats in third down efficiency. As we said during the broadcast, their season average was 45%. They were 47% today as they were 7 of 15. Wildcats 0% as they did not convert on third down at all today. The Blue Raiders offense was on the field for 76 plays, while the Wildcat offense was only on the field for 41. Total yards, though, a little bit closer than what it seems based on the scoreboard. Blue Raiders had 15 total yards, with the Wildcats having 338. Average yards per play, the Wildcats had a whopping 8.2% or 8.2 yards per play, considering the two long touchdown runs, with the Blue Raiders only averaging 5.5. The completions and attempts we'll get into in a moment for the quarterback individual stats. And to go into individuals, we'll start with the Lindsey Wilson offense, as Tate Rice was 12 of 18 for 189 yards for 3 touchdowns and no interceptions. He was very effective, even though the completion percentage may not show as such. Devontae Saunders, the All-American running back, only had 15 carries for 54 yards for a 3.6 yards per attempt today after he was injured midway through the second quarter. He was spilled by Stephen Mack, who toted the rock for 24 times for 127 yards and 5.3 averaging and a touchdown. And he was later spilled away by Donovan Holloway, who toted it for 8 times for 37 yards for a 4.6 average. Max Gainey was a big receiving target for Tate Rice as he hauled in 9 of the 12 completions today, totaling 158 yards and 2 touchdowns, averaging 17.6 yards per clip. Kaya Sherrard caught 2 balls from Rice as he tallied 2 catches for 27 yards at 13.5 yards per clip, and also found pay dirt in the first quarter. Donovan Holloway also getting a reception for 4 yards. Unfortunately, Tay Saunders did give away 1 fumble, courtesy of the Wildcat defense, which ultimately also resulted in Saunders being injured. For the Wildcats, Dustin Chance was only 4 of 13 from the air today for 42 yards. Wildcats were big on the ground today as Ryan Kirk toted the rock for 12 times for 168 yards, averaging 14 yards per carry, his long being a 75-yard touchdown scamper. Jarvis Stockton only had 2 rushes today. He had a 34-yard average with that because he had a 4-yard rush and then a 64-yard touchdown scamper late in the fourth quarter. Jordan Kaysen toted the rock 8 times for 38 yards today, averaging 4.8 yards per carry, and Dustin Chance had 6 carries for 22 yards, averaging 3.7 yards per carry. Ray Harvey, really the only receiver of note for the Wildcats, although Alonzo Russell did have 1 catch for 5 yards. Harvey was on the receiving end of the 3 of the 4 completions from Chance, totaling 37 yards and 12.3 yards per completion. Those are some of your Wildcat stats here at the Walter Butler Stadium as we give you the overview of the on-field scene here at Senior Day, as the seniors for the Wildcats will reflect on their time here at Bethel. Some will move on to much greater pastures. Some will be able to transfer and maybe find some other avenues. Some will be back for next year for the 2026 campaign, as this season has come to a close with the Wildcats falling to the Lindsey Wilson Blue Raiders of Columbia, Kentucky by the final score of 33-14. Stay right here and we'll be able to have a post-game comment and postseason comment from head coach Chris Springer with Diamond Dave McCulley. For the Bethel Wildcat family of Shantae Emerson, Derek Hubble, and Trevor Roof, we'll be right back here at the Worthy Road Studios BallGame Blitz.
Have you ever thought about real estate investments or purchasing a home? Are you tired of dealing with the headaches of managing your real estate portfolio? Cornerstone Realty has you covered. We can advise you on anything real estate related. Your property, our priority. Cornerstone Realty and Property Management.
Hey folks, Real McCoy here along with a little buddy Gizmo. Just like to thank all of our customers for letting us take care of their air conditioning and plumbing needs this summer. Gizmo sure is glad the dog days of summer are over. Now it's time to get those heating units ready for that cold weather coming. See, we're a hometown company celebrating 45 years in business in Jackson. So give us a call and check in online so we can get you on schedule. When you think of heating and air conditioning, think of the Real McCoy. We'll take care of you.
Let me tell you about the American dream. In 1974, I had $425 to my name. I bought 21 carpet remnants, rented an old lumber shed, and opened Deaton Drug Barn on East College. I worked long hours with hope of taking care of my family. I'm so thankful to Jesus who changed my life. He gave me a dream. So in 1985, we opened Deaton's Carpet One on the 45 bypass with a commitment to customer satisfaction. My friends, don't give up on your dream, because your dream can come true.
Hi, I'm Cody Fitz with Fitscapes. Our business's focus is on building your dream yard at your dream home. When designing our backyards, we always like to start with our pool and patio areas first. Then we complement that with the landscaping, and we finish with the lawn for all of the outdoor entertaining needs. After installation is complete, we provide annual maintenance for all of your lawn care and landscaping needs. Fitscapes, let's build something beautiful.
The weather's getting colder, but the deals are getting hot at Chuck Hutton Nissan in Jackson. 2025 Pathfinder 0% for 60 months or $5,000 customer cash. 2025 Frontier, $4,000 customer cash. 2026 Road Platinum, 0% for 60 months or $2,500 customer cash. It's the end of the year and the savings are now at Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. ChuckHuttonNissan.com.
Beauty House Social. Jackson's premier blowout bar and full-service salon and med spa. From lashes and facials to cosmetic injections and lasers, we have it all. Let's be social.
Does shelter insurance cover shiny red cars?
Yeah.
What about purple vans?
Also, yes.
Monster trucks?
What's going on, son?
From shiny red cars to purple minivans, you can count on Shelter's local agents to help you protect what matters most.
At FMY Orthodontics, we believe a beautiful, healthy smile is the key to boosting confidence and enhancing quality of life. Our team of highly skilled and compassionate orthodontic professionals is dedicated to providing personalized care in a welcoming, state-of-the-art environment. Whether you're looking for traditional braces, clear aligners, or other orthodontic solutions, we offer a variety of options to meet your needs. Our goal is to provide the most effective and efficient orthodontic treatment for every patient.
This is how we Friday nights.
This is how we Friday night.
This is how we Friday night.
This is how we Friday night.
Turn to the experts. Since 1955, Garrett Plumbing and Heating has been the leader in plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation for West Tennessee. A proud supporter of USJ Bruin Athletics, we are your local Carrier Factory authorized dealer. Call Garrett Plumbing and Heating 668-3339 for all of your plumbing, heating, and air needs.
Do you want your smile to say it all? At Elite Dental Care, we'll make you and your family feel comfortable and secure with a variety of services and state-of-the-art care. We offer sedation dentistry that will make your time in the dental chair comfortable and relaxed. Come by and see our newly renovated and expanded office in Jackson or one of our other convenient locations in Trenton or Dyersburg. Trust your smile with Elite Dental Care and let your smile say it all.
An hour ago, Theo airballed the game-winning shot. But at Zaxby's, he's dunking all over these fools. Zax sauce, bang. Tongue torch, boom. Hot honey mustard. My man's putting on a clinic.
Welcome to Dunk City.
And one, baby.
Thanks, baby. Dude. Babe, dude.
Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
Hey folks, Real McCoy here along with a little buddy Gizmo. Just like to thank all of our customers for letting us take care of their air conditioning and plumbing needs this summer. Gizmo sure is glad the dog days of summer are over. Now it's time to get those heating units ready for that cold weather coming. See, we're a hometown company celebrating 45 years in business in Jackson. So give us a call and check in online so we can get you on schedule. When you think of heating and air conditioning, think of the Real McCoy. We'll take care of you.
At FMY Orthodontics, we believe a beautiful, healthy smile is the key to boosting confidence and enhancing quality of life. Our team of highly skilled and compassionate orthodontic professionals is dedicated to providing personalized care in a welcoming, state-of-the-art environment. Whether you're looking for traditional braces, clear aligners, or other orthodontic solutions, we offer a variety of options to meet your needs. Our goal is to provide the most effective and efficient orthodontic treatment for every patient.
Have you ever thought about real estate investments or purchasing a home? Are you tired of dealing with the headaches of managing your real estate portfolio? Cornerstone Realty has you covered. We can advise you on anything real estate related. Your property, our priority, Cornerstone Realty and Property Management.
Whether you're a designer, homeowner, builder, commercial, residential, we're here to help make ideas come to reality. Builder finished products, 10 United Drive in Jackson. Come see us.
with more post-game thoughts as we close out, and postseason thoughts for that matter. Dave McCulley, Trevor Root. Trevor, great job by you today, and you see Shante in the background there. There's Deshaun Woodson. Diddy. He's done a great job as well. These guys and gals have been special to me through the years, and they remain that way. Paul Schultze walking into the camera there, the producer and director and the executive producer and director of Worthy Road Studios and BallGame Blitz. It's been a pleasure to work with them. Hopefully we might get them up here to do some basketball down the road as well. But Trevor, great job today. But unhappy final here, 33-14 as we close out the season. And Coach Springer, I'm sure, talking to some recruits and family members, so we're going to give him a nod, and we'll talk to him maybe later and have an interview with him via online on our website later. But the unhappy final here, the Cats close out at 4-5. Had a really good second half at times, but dug a hole too much, 33-0. They lose 33-14.
Yeah, unfortunate afternoon for the Cats, and I just wanted to say I appreciate the opportunity to be able to join the broadcast booth with you, somebody who has many years of experience, as somebody who's always, aspired to doing this, as a desirable career. It's always a pleasure to get any opportunity that you get. Fortunately, the Cats not able to get it done today. Definitely thought that they played a lot better than the score reflected. A couple of self-inflicting wounds as far as penalties and turnovers definitely didn't help in the matter. But at the end of the day, they were ranked number 8th in the country for a reason, and they put it on display. As Tate Rice was very good. He was effective. He was efficient. Max Gainey was a great receiver, was able to get open at pretty much command there at a little bit in the first half. Hate to see the injury to Tay Saunders as he was not able to return after the second quarter, but the time he was in the game, he was pretty electric anytime the ball got in his hands. And Stephen Mack was great in his spill as he took it for almost 25 times for 125 yards. So the Wildcats had their hands full today, and ultimately probably the better team came out on top, but did like to see the effective effort the Wildcats gave towards the end of the second half. And
it is, yep, no doubt about it. Great job. And that, you're right, Mac, 127 yards on 24 carries. As nightfall sets in here at McKenzie, we say so long to the football season. Don't forget basketball around the corner. Basketball coming up Tuesday as the women take on Fisk. The men win today at the Jim Reed Classic in Georgetown. And good luck. We'll be back in this building, in this press box, Thursday when Rocky Mountain and Union Commonwealth play for the right to move on to take on our Wildcats. The number 1 seed, by the way, in the tournament here in the McKenzie bracket, and they'll play Saturday here at noon. That's going to wrap it up for the entire SID group. For Paul and Chris and Shante and Trevor here in the booth in Hubble, I'm Diamond Dave McCulley. God bless you. Have a good one, folks. Good night from Walter Butler Stadium.
The award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 1 million views in 2024. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the over 5,500 subscribers watching local sports, Union University, Bethel College, and USJ. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports